Good morning. I declare today's meeting open and welcome everyone in the gallery and those joining us on the live stream for this meeting, which is our last for 2024. Would everyone please stand as I ask Councillor Broderick to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Sunshine Coast Council acknowledge the Kabi Kabi peoples and the Unibara peoples whose lands and waters we now share. The traditional owners' unique values and ancient and enduring cultures deepen and enrich the life of our communities. The Sunshine Coast has been a place of celebration, abundance, connection and kinship for thousands of years, and we commit to working in partnership with the traditional owners to continue these practices and support self-determination through economic and community development. Truth-telling is a significant part of our journey, and legacy issues resulting from colonisation are still experienced by traditional owners and First Nations people. We are committed to better understanding the collective history of the Sunshine Coast traditional owners and the experiences of the First Nations people. We recognise our shared history and will continue to work in partnership to provide a foundation for building a shared future with the Kabi Kabi and Unibara people. We pay our respect to the traditional owners of the Sunshine Coast, to their elders past and present, and acknowledge the important role First Nations peoples continue to play within our Sunshine Coast community. Together we are all stronger. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Please remain upstanding as I invite Pastor Phil Bignell of Little Mountain Church of Christ to provide a blessing. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I just want to thank you both for the opportunity to pray a prayer of blessing over you, but also just the opportunity to thank you quickly now personally for your servant leadership to our community. Leadership is often a thankless task and can be lonely at times, and so I just want to wish and pray over each one of you that you never forget the why of why you entered into the role that you do, and you never lose the love for what you do. So, Father, I want to pray a prayer of blessing over our civic leaders. We thank you for the wonderful place in which we live and serve, for the gift of the sunrise each morning, which reminds us of your faithfulness and the fresh beginnings each day offers. And today as we start a new day, may our eyes be open to the wonder of opportunities of your grace that it affords us, that we may live humbly, act justly, and show love and mercy to those around us. In the midst of difficult and complex decisions, in the midst of managing competing voices, opinions, and expectations, may you give each one of them wisdom, unity, and courage in the decisions they make. May the values we share around dignity and respect of all peoples and your creation be upheld passionately and thoughtfully. May today and coming days bring opportunities of joy and blessing as each councillor gets to see how decisions made here today impact positively on the region and the people they serve. Though their role is demanding and carries great responsibility, may they also experience times of rest and recovery. We thank you for the supporting relationships each one of them has in their life, and may this Christmas give space where they can love and be loved well. And so we thank you, Father, for your grace for today. May we walk securely and confidently in it. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Please remain standing as we invite Bill Hadrell to address the meeting to commemorate the recent passing of our staff member, Ross Ullman.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, councillors, it is great sadness that I stand here today to recognise the recent passing of Ross Ullman. It is also a great privilege to take a moment and to celebrate the life and significant contributions made by Ross to council, to community and all things Sunshine Coast during his time with us. Before I do, I'd like to acknowledge we have Sue and Scott Ullman who join us in the gallery here today. Thank you very much for joining us. Ross Ullman was an absolute gentleman and he was a consummate professional. The trust in Ross was absolute at both officer and council levels. People stopped and listened when Ross spoke because they knew what he was saying was the best possible advice that you could receive. The experience that he provided with us was exceptional. And again, if you asked a question of Ross, you listened to the answer, simply because you knew you were just getting the best possible advice. This trust was evident by Council trusting Ross to lead the most complex of infrastructure projects, including the Sunshine Coast Airport runway expansion project. He wasn't simply gifted the opportunity, he was successful in winning the role through and against an international field of applicants. Ross was the project director for the $334 million Sunshine Coast Airport expansion project, which was completed in 2020. The project presented some significant and unique challenges associated with the operations of the environment at the airport, coupled with marine dredging, transportation and discharge to provide the embankment material for a new runway, which now allows more direct flights in and out of the Sunshine Coast to both national and international destinations. In addition to the exceptional project management skills and experience that Ross brought to the project, he skillfully managed and supported a very wide range of stakeholders to build their awareness of the numerous layers of technical aviation requirements associated with constructing a new runway and the operations of an airport. With all the twists and turns that a project of this was subject to, there wasn't too many people in the world that were in a position to deliver that project as successfully as Ross did, and we are forever grateful that he had the lead of that project. Not surprisingly, Ross and the project went on to win multiple awards, including Best Public Works Project over $5 million in Australasia at the International Public Works Conference hosted by IPWEA in 2022. The John Hollands Group's Australian Project of the Year in 2021, and the prestigious Infrastructure Partnership Award for the Best Contract in Australia in 2022. All of those are significant gongs and recognition of the achievements that Ross led. When Ross had finished the airport project, there was plenty of competition within council to try to woo him to other projects that we had on the go, in particular for waste management upgrades and the early planning and design phases for the Sunshine Coast Outdoor Stadium upgrades. As it turns out, we were able to make the recommendation to Ross that the modernisation of our resource recovery infrastructure at the Nambour landfill was a pretty appealing project to get involved in, and we're forever grateful that he did. In particular for waste management, he got involved in the upgrades. He led the process of the modernisation of Council's infrastructure project, including the construction of the new materials recovery facility, which has also now gone on to win national awards. The construction of Cell 6 landfill, which is nearing completion, the early stages of the Resource Recovery Centre and the Cooney Road intersection upgrade, all at the Nambour landfill upgrade project. Significant community infrastructure that will serve us well into the future. He provided the waste team and the project team leading that project with incredible leadership and support. They were engaged, he was engaged with the projects, with his team and with the clients that he was working with. Ross was extremely knowledgeable and continued to willingly share his knowledge and experiences with the team at all stages, with a view to deliver positive outlooks and get the projects delivered for the best possible impact for the community. Right to the end, Ross was linking into project meetings, pointing out potential pitfalls, suggesting edits to contractual documents, and realising the best possible outcomes, again, for projects, for council and for community. And of course, Ross being Ross, he made time for the outdoor stadium. While many of us struggled with the complexity of the projects and the enormity and the scale of the projects that have been on the go in the last couple of years, Ross had a way of understanding the complex and communicating it in such a way that it just made sense to the rest of us. This was by no accident, and those that worked closely with Ross knew that he wouldn't just deliver a project, he would immerse himself in it. He would research the finest of details. He would understand the scientific names of birds and, play them back to us, with the absolute confidence of the most avid of bird watchers. He would understand the science associated with PFAS and school up the scientists in Brisbane around the impacts of PFAS on environmental and water quality and other considerations around the airport itself. He just took the time to learn. It wasn't just a project, it was a passion for him. And in talking with Scott Ullman in recent days, Scott shared his observation that he lived and breathed it every day and took responsibility for both the time, cost, quality and the legacy of the outcome that he was responsible for very seriously, and was proud to be trusted with the opportunity to play the role that he did. Ross hasn't just left a mark on the projects that he's been responsible for delivering within the region, the many infrastructure projects that he had. He has left a mark on all of us. I can't tell you how much he supported me over the years that I had the opportunity to know him. In fact, he supported, guided, and quietly mentored so many of us along the way. Whether we knew it or not, Ross was quietly sharing his skills, his experience, just how to work your way through life and the projects that you're responsible for. He would quietly steer us around the pitfalls that he had navigated before. He would place us on a heading to success, and we were all so much better for it. The finer details and insights that Ross would share with us are lessons that you simply don't find in any textbook. But they were critical to steering us through the most complex of projects, protracted contract negotiations, and at times navigating the less than helpful layers of government that we had to find our way through for a number of our projects. But more than anything, Ross was simply a great bloke. He was a great bloke to spend time with, whether it was in the office, on a job site, or outside of work. Sue and Scott, thank you so much for sharing Ross with us. We are forever grateful for having him as part of our council family over the years that he spent with us. Ross will be sorely missed, but he will be very hard to forget. Vale Ross Ullman. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Sue and Scott, for being with us this morning. Please be seated. Councillors, we are all in attendance this morning. Can I please have someone move receipt and confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 21 November? So that's moved Councillor Dixon, seconded Councillor Natoli. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. There is no mayoral minute today. Councillors, I remind you of the requirements under the Local Government Act of 2009, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interest are managed in local government matters. These requirements apply to how we deal with such matters at this meeting. Should you have a conflict of interest in relation to an agenda item, please raise it at the commencement of that item. And we move on to item number 7. Councillor Johnston, I understand you have an award to acknowledge, noting we have Victor Mantilla, Sabu Kanthakadi and Michael Barbagallo in attendance to receive this award.
Initially, I had a much longer speaking note, but they knew I liked talking, so they cut it down. At the 2024 Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia Excellence Awards in Brisbane, Council's Brandenburg Road Seal Widening project won this project under $2 million category. The project, upgrading a section of Brandenburg Road in Malula Valley, to improve safety without increasing traffic or speeds, maintaining its use for the local community. Due to significant costs and environmental concerns, the team developed a risk-based design approach, and this included exiting speed reduction features and new traffic calming measures to maintain safe speeds and deterring deterring increase in traffic. The result was a cost-effective, environmentally friendly design to meet safety goals and preserve the road's character. The project also led to updates to industry practices via lower order roads design guidelines by the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia, Queensland. The project was built by Council's internal workforce, which I'm really excited about. And I'd like to on behalf of Council, I'd like to congratulate everyone involved and let you know that the residents who live on Brandenburg Road met with me the other day, and they were most complimentary of the work and had the courtesy of all of our employees while the job was being done and the manner in which it was carried out, as well as the resulting structure that's there. So congratulations. And much pleasure in presenting this beautiful WEA.
Yeah, we've got time.
I didn't hear what he said.
Councillor Johnston, will you move the motion to note receipt of the presentation? Yes, seconded. Councillor Dixon. Thank you both. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So we move now to item 8.1, the development application for a material change of use to establish a car wash at 211 Sippy Downs Drive, Sippy Downs, and we welcome Ms. Lorica to provide a presentation.
Alert the gallery that in the process of the public exhibition for this development application, I met with some of the submitters against the development. I just wanted to bring that to your attention today. I will be staying in the room.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Noted. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'm here today to present to you a report on a development application for a material change of use to establish a car wash located at 211 Sippy Downs Drive. The application is subject to impact assessment due to it being located on a site in the community facilities zone. This application is before council for a decision at the request of the divisional councillor. The site at 211 Sippy Downs Drive is in the northeastern part of the Sippy Downs local plan area and is highly accessible from the motorway and other major roads, making it well placed to service the local community. The planning scheme includes a site in the community facilities zone, which is represented by the area shaded yellow on the zoning map. The site is annotated for emergency services, identified by the number 7, and is the same zone as included in the adjoining lots to the north. One of the adjoining lots is vacant and the other one contains the Sippy Downs Police Station. The land to the west of the site, opposite Sippy Downs Drive, contains Chancellor State College, and the land on the southern side of Sippy Downs Drive is occupied by the university sporting facilities. The land adjoining the site to the east is also included in the community facilities zone, but does not have a zoning annotation. The site contains a service station and 4 food and drink outlets with drive-through facilities including a McDonald's, a KFC, a Subway and a Stella Rossa. Under the Sippy Downs Town Centre Master Plan, all land in the community facilities zone is included within the university and other education area precinct. Despite being in the community facilities zone and university precinct, the service centre adjoining the site to the east has been developed in accordance with the Sippy Downs Local Plan Code, which specifically allowed for that type of development to occur. The Sippy Downs Town Centre is located further to the northwest of the University precinct and shown as the blue shaded area comprising the major centre zone on the zoning map. The major centre zone includes the town centre core and the business technology precinct. Under the local plan code, it has specific outcomes identifying that is intended to accommodate uses that would enable it to function as a major regional activity centre and support a knowledge-based regional employment area. It is relevant to note that in contrast to the provisions set out in the planning scheme for the development of the Sippy Downs Town Centre and the university land and the service centre site, there are no assessment benchmarks in the local plan code that are particular to the development of this site. It is also relevant to note that the subject site was owned by the state government at the time the planning scheme was first adopted, but has recently been disposed of as commercial land and is now in private ownership. This proposal for a car wash comprises a 2-storey wash tunnel building facing Sippy Downs Drive and several roofed structures over the other car wash facilities. The car wash will operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and includes 4 manual wash bays, an auto wash bay, the wash tunnel, and 6 vacuum bays. Above the wash tunnel is a manager's office, a plant room, and additional equipment and storage areas. There are also 3 staff car parking spaces allocated on the site and an SRV bay for service deliveries. The development will provide for on-site treatment and reuse of water with a separate treatment system for roof water. Stormwater is proposed to be directed to the existing council network in Sippy Downs Drive. The site benefits from an access easement through the adjoining service station site and would be accessed from the driveway within this easement. This access arrangement for the car wash includes a one-way entry and one-way exit from the existing concrete driveway within the site to the north, which also functions as the exit driveway for the adjoining service centre. The layout would allow internal queuing for a total of 31 cars, clear of any of these driveways and easements, which exceeds the minimum requirement under the planning scheme. So these slides show how the development may appear from various locations along Sippy Downs Drive. The design of the building includes a mix of architectural elements, including large glazed panels facing the street and windows to the office and storage areas above. And all plant and equipment will be sleeved behind the built form. The architectural style is typical of the commercial buildings established in the area, with a skillion roof and projecting eaves. The building generally achieves the required setbacks and provides appropriate separation from adjoining land uses. There is a wide landscape strip along the Sippy Downs Drive frontage that would assist to soften and screen the building when viewed from the road. The application was subject to impact assessment and a total of 8 submissions were received, including 7 properly made submissions objecting to the development. The submissions objecting to the proposal are primarily from persons associated with uses operating in the adjoining service centre, and they were concerned primarily that the use would cause additional congestion on the site and on Sippy Downs Drive, and that may have a consequential impact to visitation to their business. Some submissions also questioned the accuracy of the traffic report, the need for a car wash and the community benefit of one, and raised concerns about the location and timing of the public notification. Only one submission was made in support of the proposal, and this submission identified that the use would provide a convenience to the local community. The key assessment considerations were about the conflict with the zone, built form outcomes and managing the traffic impacts. As previously mentioned, the planning scheme identifies the site within the community facilities zone and with an annotation for emergency service to be provided on the site. This was the community expectation for the development of that land. However, the change of ownership has essentially precluded the land from being developed by the state for emergency services. So consideration has been given to the need for other community activities to be established on the site. However, several factors limit the suitability of the site for other types of community activities, including its size, its separation from the town centre, its proximity to the service station and the level of access available. Furthermore, there is a clear intent for other types of community activities to be located in the major centre zone and in the Sippy Downs town centre. Furthermore, it was established that there is a planning need for a car wash in Sippy Downs, as there is a high level of car ownership and there are no nearby facilities. The commercial car wash offers customers a convenient way to clean their car whilst avoiding contaminating or potentially contaminating local stormwater systems and also minimising their personal water use. The proposed car wash would therefore improve convenience and accessibility for locals and provide environmental benefits in the form of pollutant management and water conservation. The site adjoins an existing service centre, as previously mentioned, and is highly accessible from major roads, which makes it highly suited to accommodating a vehicle-oriented use. Further to that, a car wash is not able to be located elsewhere within the Sippy Downs local plan area, as other suitable zoned land is already occupied, and it would not be considered appropriate to locate a use of this nature within the town centre. This site is therefore considered to be the most suitable location for a car wash to be accommodated in Sippy Downs. The minor variations to accepted building setbacks would not result in any adverse impacts on the streetscape and adjoining properties. And there's sufficient landscaping provided to the boundaries of the site. Despite the concerns raised about the car wash affecting existing traffic congestion, the assessment found that the access, parking and servicing arrangements complied with the planning scheme requirements and that the access is lawful as it is existing under previously established approvals. Further to that, the space available for queuing within the site is far exceeds the specified minimum and is anticipated to be more than sufficient to meet the expected demand. A traffic report also confirmed that the use would not result in any notable impact to the external traffic network, as this 24-hour operating facility is not likely to add congestion to the peak traffic situation and would substantially consist of visitation during non-peak periods. Also, it's generally accepted that trade for a car wash relies on traffic passing the site or destined for other nearby uses. So, on balance, it is considered that the matters that warrant approval for this application outweigh the conflict with the zoning annotation, and there are no significant impacts that would warrant refusal of the development. Accordingly, despite the conflict with the zone code, the proposal is recommended for approval. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms Larica. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've got a motion that I will move, and hopefully it is on screen. I will read it out because there are some changes. So through you, Madam Mayor, the motion I move is that Council receive and note the report titled Development Application for a Material Change of Use to Establish a Car Wash at 211 Sippy Downs Drive, Sippy Downs, NB, Approve application number MCU 24/0136 for a development permit for a material change of use of premises to establish a car wash, subject to the imposition of reasonable and relevant conditions in Appendix A, and this is what I've changed, as amended, namely amend condition 22. The site must be provided with a stormwater drainage system connecting to a lawful point of discharge. The works must be undertaken in accordance with an operational works approval and the Queensland Urban Drainage Manual, and must include in particular A, the works described in Section 6 of the Stormwater Management Report listed in this development approval as varied by the following. Did the detention and associated outlets sized in accordance with Section 4.3 of the Sunshine Coast Council Flooding and Storm Management Guidelines, using either the deemed to comply volumes or the detailed sizing methodology, including detailed calculations provided in conjunction with the first operational works application associated with this development approval, and a piped minor stormwater from Lot 2 SP 278406 to connect directly into pipe drainage system in Sippy Downs Drive. B, extension of the site stormwater system to accommodate stormwater from Lot 2 SP 278406, including registration of drainage easements. And finally, C, the use of gravity stormwater drainage and surcharge pits. I'll seek a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Seconded, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you very much. Firstly, my thanks to council staff, because I'd asked some questions around drainage as a concerned resident, concerned councillor, and the officers came back with some tighter conditions which they referenced from our flooding and stormwater management guidelines. So I'm very happy with that response. Let me first tell you why this is here today. Many will ask, why is a car wash before council? Very interesting one. Well, the truth is, I wanted some transparency because the former state government had no transparency. In fact, this was community land owned by the community and government and was sold. And those pieces of land were designed and earmarked for emergency services. By way of history, we've got a local police station, which we're still pushing to be 24 hours, which we haven't got. And the adjoining blocks were to be for emergency services, ambulance station and fire station. And if anyone knows Sippy Downs and Palmview, we are in desperate need of those emergency services facilities. But unfortunately, last year, the state government, with no community consultation, sold the land. It is now in the hands of a commercial developer, which is why we're here today. And in terms of transparency, I could have allowed council staff to approve this under delegated authority with no engagement. But I wanted to bring this up because I wanted to stand for transparency. And now that we've actually done that, we've got a recommendation for approval, and as the divisional councillor, I'm supportive of that. Now, why am I supportive of a car wash here? Well, the truth is there could be far worse outcomes on the site. God forbid we had another Hungry Jack's or something like that on the site, because there is enough fast food in Sippy Downs and, in my opinion, too much traffic congestion on the network. And a fast food facility would absolutely bring the network to its knees. Looking at this proposal, it's a car wash. It doesn't generate a lot of traffic. In fact, car washes generally generate the traffic early morning, late at night and on weekends when traffic is lesser. So if we're looking for the best outcome and the least intensive use on site, for me, this is probably it. And in fact, this site needs a bit of an upgrade because it's usually unmowed, unkept. And to be frank, when people drive past, they're looking at a service station and fast food. This is going to bring about some more amenity and planting, which I'm in favour of. I recently went out on Facebook to let the community know that this application would be decided by council, and it's interesting that we didn't get a lot of submissions, but the community members were generally in favour. They actually thought this is the best use we're going to get. Thank God we're not getting another fast food outlet. That would be just devastating. But really what alarms me, alarms council staff and the community, is what will happen on the other site that is vacant. You know, we don't control the destiny there right now. We've got a car wash. Who knows what's going to be on that other site? We've heard that stormwater management will be taken care of through conditions. We've heard that traffic will not be an issue. There is an easement that goes over the Ampol service station, but it's what happens on that exit road with the other adjoining block that really worries me. I understand we have to assess this application, and I believe it is the best use that we can have, but it's what happens on the other block that we just don't know what will happen. By way of traffic improvements, I've confirmed through the CEO that we've actually got a project that the developers of Palmview will deliver, and that is an upgrade to 2 storage lanes on Sippy Downs Drive going past the service station site, turning right into Claymore Road, which will take queuing traffic away from the Sunshine Motorway and Sippy Downs Drive and improve the queuing traffic on that road network. So we're hoping that project will occur next year. We're hoping the build will happen. That will certainly assist us in the road network here. Madam Mayor, there's a lot I can talk on with this application. I believe we've done the right thing. We've brought this to the community's interest so they can see for transparency. Yes, we are disappointed in the last state government. It's unfortunate the decision was made. There's been a lawful application which we must assess, and in fact, I believe this is the least intensive use we could have got. So, in summary, to the objectives that I did meet with, who are primarily the adjoining landowners, I know they are worried about traffic because they suffer it all the time. They are key traffic generators and they're worried about the site. But they need to know that this is the best of a bad situation that we could have had. And we've done the absolute best to condition this to have no impact on the network. We've worked out the impacts on stormwater and discharge, which goes under Sippy Downs Drive. And in fact, they've got the local councillor on board with the application. Madam Mayor, a lot I could say, but I'll leave it there, and I speak in favour of endorsing this application today.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Any other councillors who wish to speak? Councillor Suarez.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a question of the staff, please. Just with these additional conditions that have been added to the application, can you please explain how that will improve the stormwater outcomes once this has been built?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the additional conditions, they require the stormwater to be managed so that there's no increase in discharge of stormwater under current climate and future climate conditions. And also, rather than just focusing on the tension of flows, peak flows coming off the site during a short duration storm, what these conditions do is ensure that the peak flow coming off the site during a range of storms, from a 5-minute storm up to a 3-hour storm, during low intensity to high intensity rainfall, during all those events, the rate of discharge to the council system and then subsequently onto the university land will be maintained at pre-development flow rates.
Thank you, Mr Booker. Councillor Suarez.
I'll just briefly speak to the motion.
Thank you.
Just thank you, Christian, Councillor Dixon, for making these amendments for a better outcome. I know flooding to the adjoining lands was a major concern, and it seems that these additions will be a better outcome, not only for the site itself, but for the broader community. So well done, and I will be supporting the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the Chair. Just a question I'd just like to raise in regards to a comment Councillor Dixon made about the sale of state land, and maybe for the general public to understand. Obviously, each state has certain procedural regulatory practices for the sale of state land, and in this instance, it was sold to a commercial entity. What's the process for other land that could come up in the future for us as council? Are we engaged during that process? Do we have any say in it? And is there ways that we could maybe not prevent this, but maybe be a little bit more informed in regards to the sort of transfer of land in the future?
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Acting CEO Deborah Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you, and thanks for the question, Councillor Landsberg. This site was sold by the state government in July 2023. My understanding is that we were not aware beforehand that the site was to be sold. I'm not sure whether they had a conversation with the Divisional Councillor, but I'm looking at Councillor Dixon, who's saying that they did not have a conversation. We were not aware. The state does not have to liaise with local government. We are not required to liaise with the state when we want to sell council land, and the process is a normal process through the normal commercial sales process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. You, Councillor Landsberg.
And thank you for the explanation. I think it's an area that maybe we could explore a little bit further moving forward. And the other question was in regards to any other alternative uses this site could be used for, as an example, dog wash or things like that could encourage more visitation or more traffic flow.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, look, I mean, I think that what we've got before us is an application for a car wash. It doesn't include any additional facilities, and there will be limited space within the site for any expansion of the development that's proposed.
Thank you. I just raised that because we do have other car washes that obviously provide those services. Thank you, Councillor Christian. Support obviously the amendment that you put forward to here today, and I look forward to the rest of our councillors supporting it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Does anyone else wish to speak? No. Councillor Dixon, would you like to close?
Yes, I will. And, you know, I actually learned something from Councillor Barnag at the last meeting, and I'll tell you why. You know, when this came up, I must admit I was quite disappointed that the state government had sold this land, because the community had told us time and time again that we need these emergency services lots and facilities, and I was pretty upset about it. I thought it'll just be really easy for me to bring this to council, vote against it, my colleagues will vote for it, I'm sure it's a recommended approval, and I can sit there and just grandstand on it. But you know, Councillor Barnag, I believe at the last meeting, he had every opportunity on an item that came before council to absolutely trash it and make council look bad. He didn't. He had the utmost respect and maturity to handle the matter professionally, which he did, and he explained his position very, very well. And I took something from that and thought, you know what, Guy got to show a little bit of leadership here too. And after thinking through it, meeting with staff, this is the best outcome that we can get on the site or could hope for. I will leave it there, Madam Mayor. I would implore my colleagues, my councillor colleagues, to vote for this and know that I believe this will be the best outcome for the site that we could hope for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, team. Thanks so much. Moving now to item 8.2, and we welcome Mr. Doolan to present this item. Here he is, right on cue.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Good morning, councillors. It's a pleasure for me to report to you this morning on the Biodiversity Report 2024. The Environment and Livability Strategy outlines our strategic approach to achieve our shared vision of a healthy environment and livable Sunshine Coast in 2041. For many in the community, the shared understanding of a healthy environment is that we have quality habitat areas and thriving biodiversity. Within the ELS, there are three key natural environment themes. They are biodiversity, waterways and wetlands, and coastal. For each of these themes, we have a target to strive for. To hold us accountable to the Sunshine Coast community, we report on these targets. For waterways and wetlands, we have the Healthy Land and Water Report Card, which is well known in the local community and has been reporting on our monitoring on our waterways for 25 years. For our coast, in 2023, we released our first Coastal Health Report in partnership with University of Sunshine Coast, a comprehensive look at our health from our coast from Kuluin to Bribie. And for biodiversity, our target of maintain the 2016 extent of native vegetation or no net loss is tracked by the Biodiversity Report, a report that's produced every 4 years that measures this target as well as a couple of other aspects to our local biodiversity. I'll outline the results of each of these sections in the following slides. This is our third biodiversity report, following on from reports in 2016 and 2020. So for the first time, we're able to present some longer term data with results over 8 years. In the development of this report, I'd particularly like to acknowledge Deanne Addard, who's joining me today as our leader in the development of this, and our hard-working GIS team who have put an awful lot of work into pulling all this data together. The first element of the report is the one that reports on our target, and that is native vegetation. So native vegetation is a fundamental component of biodiversity and is a pretty good surrogate measure for general biodiversity health. It's pretty complicated to measure, but technological advances over the past years have made it a lot easier than it ever has been before. So there's two components to the mapping you can see in front of you. We rely on state mapping for vegetation and regional ecosystems across the Shire that talk about remnant vegetation, which is mature vegetation that's at least 15 years old. This is the dark green on the map that you can see. This is complemented by fine-scale vegetation which is undertaken by LiDAR, which is basically where a plane flies low over, measuring the height of vegetation to the ground, and it creates a data set of fine-scale vegetation, so vegetation that doesn't get picked up as a full regional ecosystem, but is more than 2 years old. So this is the light green. So while we use the term non-remnant to describe that technically, you can generally think of it as regrowth. So typically our dark green is our mature forest and our light green is our regrowth. The two layers are combined here to create our total vegetation footprint, and it is against this that we measure our ELS target of no net loss. The results for 2024 show a continuation of the 2020 results, with a decrease in remnant vegetation and an increase in non-remnant vegetation. This is good news and it's bad news. We continue to lose remnant or mature vegetation, primarily as a result of development through housing and transport infrastructure, but this generally isn't broad-scale loss. It's often at the edges, but over an entire landscape, this can start to add up. Much more than that loss, though, we have a lot of vegetation growing back, with a more than 5,000 hectare increase in regrowth over the past 4 years. The majority of this is in former rural areas that are transitioning, often bought by lifestyle owners as agriculture declines in some areas. It also includes tree plantings and offsets from some of the losses of mature vegetation that would take time to reach the remnant or mature status. The bottom line is that we continue to meet our ELS target of no net loss by 2041, but there's still plenty of work to do. The following three categories are not part of the ELS targets, but are contained within the biodiversity report to flesh out the story, so to speak. The conservation estate represents areas managed for their conservation values and can be in private or public ownership. These areas include state national parks and conservation parks, council environment reserves, nature refuges and other statutory covenants, and land for wildlife properties. While we often look at the size of the conservation estate, in the report here we focus on the amount of vegetation within that conservation estate. Practically there's not a lot of difference between the two because generally about 90% of the estate across the board is vegetated. The total amount of vegetation in our conservation estate has grown by 11% over the past 8 years, with the biggest growth in council environment reserves and our land for wildlife program. Recent announcements by the state of a transfer of a lot of state forest to national park means that a further 1,700 hectares of land will come on board in time for the next biodiversity report in 2028. With our habitat areas, understanding the relationship between different habitat areas and the role they play is critical. To this end, we map our habitat areas in 3 ways. We have our core habitat areas, which are really large, bigger than 50 hectare areas, which are really dense forests. We have core connecting, which are narrow areas connecting up those core areas or coming off them. And we have what we call connecting habitat, or smaller areas, which can often provide useful stepping stone habitat, but can usually be quite small in their own right. Now, the tracking data for our habitat areas, you can see, is quite confusing with this report because a lot of areas have shifted category, even though we have an overall increase in our total number of habitat area identified in the report. What we've seen is actually a reduction in the number of core habitat areas, but an increase in their overall size. This might seem counterintuitive, but it's been driven by two main causes. One is the edges of our core habitat areas have grown and in many examples actually joined together. So where we had 2 separate core habitat areas, now we have one much larger one. And in other areas, what we've seen is what used to be just core connecting habitat, or small areas coming off the main core area, have now become larger and are considered core habitat as well. And finally, our native plants and animals. We have 133 listed threatened species found within the Sunshine Coast area, which includes 67 fauna species and 66 flora. Now, this is a really interesting statistic in the report and provides a timely reminder of the plight of our biodiversity across Queensland and across Australia. It's not particularly a really useful tool for monitoring council success or otherwise in recovering these threatened species for a couple of reasons. Firstly, listing under legislation is a really slow process and often not very reactive to changes in populations. It doesn't give us an indication of how animals are faring within the Sunshine Coast, and it often focuses on really well-known species. To truly measure the biodiversity trajectory of an area, I'd point you to the Coastal Health Report I mentioned before from 2023, where in partnership with USC, we identified indicated species, did structured monitoring to get some really good baseline for that particular area. But the cost of replicating over a whole shire would be really prohibitive. So we need to find better ways of doing it. We'll continue to explore ways between now and 2028 to find even better ways of doing this. But Council's current focus at the moment of focusing on species groups of importance to the community is serving us really well in gathering data and monitoring and responding to declines of species such as koalas, flying foxes, macropods, shorebirds and turtles. Thank you, Council, and I recommend the Biodiversity Report 2024 to you all.
Thank you, Mr Doolan. Can I have a mover? Councillor Suarez, a seconder. Councillor Burns, I believe that's you. Thank you. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report, Mr Doolan. It's really great to see that we are exceeding our target from the ELS to retain the amount of native vegetation. But while it's great that we're meeting that target goal, what I'm finding really exciting is now that this is our third report, we are seeing those emerging trends. Trends that will help us as a council make better decisions for the future of our region. While we're exceeding our target goal of native vegetation, as you mentioned, we are losing remnant vegetation. And in the broader context, this can be quite concerning. I did a little bit of research the other night and had a look at the Queensland Government State of the Environment report from 2020, which stated that remnant vegetation clearing increased by 168% in Queensland between 2011-2013 and the 2015 to 2017 reporting periods. And much of that clearing was attributed to agricultural purposes. In 2017, Queensland remnant vegetation still covered 80% of the state. However, only 10% of this is within the protected areas, being national parks and nature refuges. So the importance of the local contribution from private landholders is very significant. In the report, we stated that we had over 1,000 land for wildlife properties here on the Sunshine Coast region. We have the largest number of individuals contributing to that program. I think it's within Queensland, or is it within Australia? Sorry, asking a question halfway through my speaking.
It definitely is the case
within Queensland.
With the entire country, however.
Well, we're winning in Queensland, that's for sure. And when I have a look at the Land for Wildlife website, it actually states 1,319 properties. So we may have had a few more added to the system since the report. That local contribution is 1,855 hectares, which, to put it into context, that is about 18 and a half full-sized 18-hole golf courses. It's significant, and we really rely on our residents to help contribute to the target that we're looking for our region. The issue is the ongoing risks to that remnant vegetation, and as was mentioned, infrastructure projects and development are the main risks that we are experiencing here on the Sunshine Coast. Hence why we need to have a look at those infrastructure projects and make sure that they are very well planned to minimise the loss of remnant vegetation when they are delivered to cater for our growing population. We also need to focus a little more on our behaviour change to people taking public transport and active transport to reduce the need for us to forever increase the number of roads that we produce. Wholesale clearing for development is another threat that we have here on the Sunshine Coast due to our growing population, and Council's future planning directions to have a majority of infield rather than greenfield development on this site will help us in retaining a lot of that remnant vegetation. The State of Environment Report 2020 also stated that maintaining vegetation in the area adjacent to waterways is important for reducing pollutant flow to waterways, stabilising the stream bank and providing habitat for biodiversity. Now, why I raise that is because we've had a lot of debate about our future population and availability of land. There seems to be an emerging debate between the validity of Biodiversity East versus Halls Creek. Well, Halls Creek is situated on the Pumpstone Passage, which is a Ramsar-listed wetland, and retaining remnant vegetation in that area further supports our case to develop Biodiversity East as our future population growth area. To finish on a high note, the number of threatened plants and animals increasing in the report was great, and I understand it is really difficult to quantify that. However, reducing unnecessary clearing, which fragments our habitat, as well as a lot of the acquisition of suitable land that Council does, as well as the partnership programs, are helping us retain that biodiversity for those animals who are threatened or vulnerable. So I really appreciate that this is a report of status quo, what's happening on the ground at the moment, but without those proactive elements that our council delivers to the community and to the environment, we wouldn't be in such a great state that we are today. So thank you to yourself and all the broader team for all the work that's done, and I look forward to the next report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Merry Christmas to you and all. Thanks, Craig, for the report. Just a couple of questions really to start with. In terms of our remnant vegetation, and then we have our regrowth, or what we call it, is there a time frame, just for the sake of our community to understand, is there a time frame where regrowth or new growth is determined or classed as remnant vegetation? What might that look like?
Through the chair, Councillor Burns, it's typically 15 years. So there's a little bit of movement around that, but typically once it's been there for 15 years, it's considered remnant vegetation. So obviously as we look forward with our large growth in non-remnant vegetation, the key determining factor for us will be how successful we are in getting that non-remnant into remnant status, because 2041 is more than 15 years away. So the opportunity is clearly there.
Thanks, Craig. Through you, Madam Mayor, just another question too, just in regards to the core connecting habitat. I appreciate the distinction that you presented through your presentation. Are there areas that are at higher risk for us here on the Sunshine Coast in terms of clearing or development and things like that, that we recognise through this report? Are there areas or pockets that we go, this is an area that's sort of, being impacted more severely than others?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have localised data on a smaller scale. This is all GIS based, so we can pull that information out. Following the report, we continue to do further work. Basically, we'll spend the next 6 to 12 months interrogating data even further, because when it comes to informing operational activities, there's a lot more we can learn from the data we've got. With reference to things like the core habitat areas, most of those tend to be further away from the coast because it is a minimum 50 hectare size. So usually when we're getting closer to the coast, we're more talking about the non-remnant, where even things like street trees we can see out the window here can start to make a difference in some of those areas. So even urban greening can see improvements in that.
Great, thanks, Craig. And so in some ways, it's actually a bit more like in some of that clearing that we see, it's a death by 1,000 cuts, rather than maybe large-scale, broad-sweeping clearing. Is that a fair kind of statement, do you think?
It is, yeah, where we've looked down on particular examples, like where we've lost some remnant vegetation, it's been areas where we've had new development and it's just pushed out a little bit, so you've just lost the outer layer of trees, for example, or where there's been a road widening. So there's areas like that, but there's also areas of growth that are also where you're just seeing pushing out of existing habitat areas. And I think of a project like the Blue Heart project, for example, is a really great example where former farmland now has a couple of 100 hectares of new vegetation, which has come up since the last report. So that's played a really big role actually in contributing to the 5,000 hectare increase in non-remnant.
Great, I really appreciate that, Craig, thank you. Over the last few weeks, Madam Mayor, I've had the pleasure of visiting a number of our end-of-year Christmas celebrations for volunteer groups who support Council in our efforts to protect, maintain and enhance our environmental spaces. It is always a joy to meet with people who are passionate about where they live, passionate about what they do, and spend significant amount of time contributing their effort, their skills, their knowledge, their insight into protecting our natural areas. One of the interesting things I learnt, though, I met a lady, Marilyn Shrapnel, actually, and she has just finished a PhD, not too distant past, and it was focusing on our land for wildlife work, and particularly the change and the implications on that for the landowners. And one of the things she noted to me the other night was simply that when a landowner who offers their land up for land for wildlife and begins to revegetate their property, it actually, the more involved and the more engaged they become, the more passionate they become about their protection, the more passionate and committed they become to environmental awareness and, actually really diving deep. So they may have started off just as, we want to have our land planted out because it means less to look after, But the implication for the being involved actively in that process is it actually changes behaviour and it changes perception around how they live and act and breathe in the space they are. So this work alongside our Land for Wildlife people, our volunteers, the work that our council officers are doing to recognise the innate value that we have here on the Sunshine Coast is vital. It's vital not just because it protects our green areas and our natural areas, but it actually also can support and lead to behaviour change in the way that we act and live and play and breathe and celebrate here in the Sunshine Coast biosphere. And so I just want to say thank you to those community volunteers again. Without them, without their contributions to this region in that way, we would be less than what we are. And it is just such a significant example of how passionate people are here on the sunny coast. And it is one of the reasons why we stand out as a region of excellence in regards to sustainability and environmental work. I also would just like to finally say thanks to the team and the staff, Craig and all the crew who do this, but more broadly in our environmental space through the policy team and environmental operations team. We as a council really do bat above our average as a local government in regards to environmental works and protections and the way that we actually develop our assets. I've had a number of people over the course of the last 8 months who've acknowledged that actually the funding through the Environment Levy and the work that gets done through that is unlike anywhere else. They cannot believe the amount of capacity that this council has in this regard. We have the best of conservation officers, we have the best policy experts, we have significant people working on the ground, and that's because of that levy that actually sees these outcomes. The idea that we have 57% native vegetation coverage of our region, I think, is something we should be crowing about pretty loudly. So thanks so much, Craig, again for presenting this. I wholeheartedly support this and just inspire by my look and my wonderful words, but my fellow councillors to back this into.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, and through the chair, and also welcome to any new visitors we have in the gallery today as well. So hopefully you're enjoying proceedings. Just a question, Mr. Doolan, and on page 116 of the report, the progress tracker, just a question around the Pumice-Stone Passage, and reading it looks like obviously these are 2020, this is data collected from 2020, and just not reflecting, I noticed that for the loss of the 4 June, Heath and Wallam, we're looking at a negative 20 hectares. As we move forward, will a future report look at reflecting about the loss of what we've seen now with obviously the northern tip of Bribie Island and how those measurements come into our overall sort of readings? Because I'm sure as we move into a review of our, not only our biosphere, but obviously other conservation areas on the coast that we're trying to protect, updated data, I think, would be important to see that in the future.
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor.
Just a minute while we wait for that microphone. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. That is correct. So any future report and even the data we have now will reflect the Bribie Island changes, because the data we use relies solely on vegetation cover through mapping. So we're not making judgment calls as to if the coast moves, we're simply looking at the vegetation. So we'll already have quite detailed mapping of change over the last few years, which we can go into much more detail with you at any time around how that's changed through the Bribie Island breakthrough.
Thank you. And supportive of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Craig, for the excellent report. This council, including our officers, have done a fantastic job over many years in relation to providing green areas throughout the local authority. My question is, what percentage of our local authority is available for development? That's the first question.
Thank you. Mr. Hadrell is coming to the microphone.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if memory serves me right, there's about 16% of the local government areas considered to be part of the urban footprint. But I think even if you look at that 16% and even look at our coastal strip, within it there's environment reserves, there's sports fields, there's creeks and waterways. So in the scheme of the overall local government area, a fairly small proportion of it is concentrated and provision for urban development uses.
Thanks very much, Mr Hadrill. And that's something that we should be shouting from the treetops, because a lot of people are often critical of the amount of development on the Sunshine Coast. When in actual fact, I think of the urbanised strip all the way down the coast from Noosa through to the Gold Coast. I doubt that any local authority can say that only that percentage of their local authority is available for development. And so it's actually somewhat less than 16%, which is quite small. And we're doing our bit and in relation to the whole thing, because if you have a look in 2016, the state had 39,684 hectares, and now, 8 years later, only has 40,481. And at that stage in 2016, we had an extra 14,500, and now through our efforts as a council, we actually have some 20,000 hectares of green space that we've encouraged or acquired. So we are doing our bit, and I'd like everybody to recognise that, and I think it's a story that we can really sell to the community. So I'm very pleased to support this resolution. Thank you, and report.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Craig, great work in terms of a very comprehensive plan right across our region, plants, animals. You mentioned a number of rivers. What about biodiversity under the water? Is there ever a likelihood that we actually extend to actually understand how that biodiversity is actually, whether it's healthy or not? I've often been a critic, I suppose, that we protect all of our green stuff, but everything past the break lines, we don't have any visibility on what happens to our reefs, what happens to our marine areas. In fact, we don't even have any protection. There's no marine parks from Moreton all the way through to Gowrie. So, it's almost like we have a real focus on the land, and then everything below water, we don't have any visibility. So I'm wondering, is there an opportunity that we can take the next step and actually understand that biodiversity actually means more than just the stuff that we can see, but it means everything around us, under the water, out in the ocean, and what more can we do to start to consider to protect our marine environments?
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Look, it's a really good question, and in the development of this report, we considered what we might be able to do in moving forward to try and consider our marine environments. Obviously, a local government, our control and influence over the marine environment is not as strong as it is in the terrestrial area. But we do have a reasonable amount of information. Council's been supporting Reef Check on regular surveys of our offshore reefs for many years now. So we have good long-term data on the health of those reefs, including trend data, which is something we would like to look at for a future biodiversity report. This year, Council also had its first marine bioblitz, which is where we engaged the community really heavily to collect a lot of data on our marine area. And that's not an event we'll be doing every year, but it's certainly something we'll look to do every few years. And that also will provide a good baseline more broadly on marine data as well. So it's challenging, but I agree it's a really interesting area. We have some data and we've got plans to build more.
Thank you, Mr Doolan. Councillor Natoli, you're done there? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for excellent report, the third one that we've done now. I have a couple of questions, if I may, through you. You've told us that vegetation becomes remnant after about 15 years. So when we come to do the next report in 4 years' time, will we be able to look back at what was done over 15 years ago, back in 2012, and say this vegetation planting that occurred, whether it was through offset planting or through the improvement of land acquired through the environment levy, and say this vegetation has now matured and we've got this amount of new remnant vegetation?
Through the chair. Yes, I think we will, Councillor Law. We already can do that in some areas. Like we do have GIS data going back quite some years where we can look at changes where things have been reclassified from non-remnant to remnant. The 15 years is a guide. The state determines the remnant vegetation by its mapping. So it's roughly 15 years, but it has to meet certain characteristics. So if it's just 15 years, but it's a stunted, poor quality planting, it won't occur. But we do have that data, and I think by the time we get to our next report, it'll be 12 years since our first report, and I think that'll be a really nice addition to be able to look back on what we specifically classified as regrowth or non-remnant and see how much of it has matured. Because I think, as I answered to a separate question earlier, our long-term success is really going to be measured by how successful we are in getting those large growths in non-remnant through to remnant status. So that's a really important question. And we do have a lot of that data now, and we will investigate further.
Okay, that's great, very encouraging. And just to confirm that where there is a major project, for example, road building or construction of subdivisions, and there is a requirement to provide offsets, and I know that through our land acquisitions, we are planning out a lot of that offset work for other entities. Does that count towards our overall coverage, or is that counted separately in some way?
Through the chair, it does count towards the overall coverage, because when it comes to looking at our native vegetation coverage, we don't differentiate on land ownership or how it got there. We simply look at the aerial imaging, which tells us where the vegetation is and a rough idea of its height and age. So if a planting's been done for an offset, it will count as non-remnant vegetation until it reaches a stage where it's reclassified as remnant. So it does count, yes.
Okay. And on the basis of that, could you comment then on how well we're doing to encourage private landowners to regenerate and revegetate their private land, on seeing what the council is doing by way of leadership in this?
Through the chair. Absolutely, I'm referring to the comments that Councillor Suarez made as well, the fact we have the most robust land for wildlife program in certainly southeast Queensland and Queensland, possibly Australia. Some of the differentials and numbers in land for wildlife properties, we currently have around about 1,100 land for wildlife properties, but the total number is about 200 more than that, because we have 200 more that are working towards registration. These are properties that don't currently have a hectare of vegetation, which is a minimum standard, but it's working with council to improve the quality of their area, improve the quantity of vegetation through planting, so they can reach that standard. So that program is a major driver towards getting really great outcomes on private land.
Thank you. And the final request, if I may, through you, Madam Mayor. The report is excellent. As a layperson reading through it, following the various threads of have we actually achieved our goals or not, and as all the classifications change, and you mentioned yourself around the core habitat and core connecting habitat, and then connecting habitat, there's a lot of different descriptions, and some areas have gone down, some have gone up. Assuming that this is approved today, and I will certainly be supporting this report, when we come to share the report with people, can there be a summary that makes it very, very clear and very simple to follow that we are in fact overall doing well, but yes, we need to do a whole lot more, just so that everyone can see that we're being successful, and people who are detractors to this perhaps, and I don't know why there would be, but there will be some, don't say that we're just trying to cover it up and we're just losing all of our vegetation and we're not achieving targets.
Through the chair. Look, thanks for the feedback, Councillor Law. We're always open to better ways to communicate. We've kept the report consistent with previous reports. through structure, but obviously as we get more and more years and more data points, it is by definition more complex. So I think currently pages 9 to 11 of the report provide an overall summary, but I actually think it's a great idea to pull that out and basically have it as a separate document to be able to do just a short 4-page summary of how we're tracking with a little bit of introduction. So we'll action that and have it ready quite soon.
Thank you very much. That'll be great, and I will be supporting this today and encourage everyone else to as well. It's a great reflection of where we're heading and what we're doing, even though we are the biggest, fastest growing region in the country, to know that we're caring for our environment, which is counted as one of the reasons people want to come here. So thank you, and we must keep doing this.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No? Would you like to close?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Just want to recap on some of the discussion that came through, which was really great, and I thank everyone for getting so involved with this report. The definition of remnant vegetation, according to the state government, is that it's vegetation that has not been cultivated for 15 years. It contains native species and is not dominated by non-native perennial species, and it can also include trees, shrubs and grasses. So it's not just restrained to trees. Just wanted to put that one out there. Councillor Johnston talked about, what our urban footprint was and how we, only have that small area, less than 20% of our region, which is in the urban footprint. However, a large majority of it is rural land, and as we heard earlier, I mentioned in the state of Queensland, a lot of the remnant vegetation that was lost was for agricultural clearing and agricultural purposes. And while that's a valid reason to, perhaps clear, we do have a lot of rural landowners, and I have one specifically in my division, who has cleared a large swathe of rural property for agricultural purposes, but no one knows what that agricultural purpose could or would be. And that site previously was under a lot of pressure for development to be changed from rural to small lot development. So we need to keep, in our planning team, we need to keep our compliance up and make sure that when there's clearing on our rural properties, it is necessary clearing and not unnecessary clearing. Councillor Burns asked about death by 1,000 cuts. I think the work that council do is healing by 1,000 band-aids. I just made that one up. So we are doing a lot of work, which is fantastic, and some of that work has been mentioned before. We recently had that 150 hectare land acquisition up in Maroochydore Beach, which has a number of different vegetation communities on there, a number of endangered and vulnerable species on there, and so that all adds into what we're doing. So through the environment levy, not only through land acquisition, but through the work that Councillor Burns mentioned, we are doing a lot in that space. I agree that we should communicate a little more broadly to our community on how they can get involved. Councillor Burns mentioned our bush care groups. They are a great way to keep our weed species down in our council areas, as well as it's a really great social and bonding experience for people who are involved in that. Our Land for Wildlife, that is growing, which is fantastic. And just to Councillor Natoli's points about our marine biodiversity and our aquatic biodiversity, I just wanted to highlight that in the report and a lot of the programs that we also do in the Blue Heart, for example, we had university students who was studying the movement of crabs within that system throughout there. We also have our waterways and catchment management teams contributing in this space as well. So we are looking at our aquatic biodiversity, and as Mr. Doolan mentioned, in terms of our marine environment, we have to remember that we only have control over so much area. It's great to work with the state, and perhaps that's an advocacy piece that we can do, but we also don't want to take on any more cost shifting from the state government in terms of that measurement. So would love to partner with the state departments to make sure that we can get some of that information and provide that broader context. Thank you everyone for your debate, and I will again be supporting this report. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Doolan. Thank you, councillors. We'll move now to item 8.3. Welcome Ms Hedger to present this item.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Acting CEO, councillors, executive leadership team, community and colleagues. I'm here today to present to you the Kulangoor Cemetery Master Plan 2024, which is a long-term plan to manage the future growth, development of Kulangoor Cemetery and changes in end-of-life services through a range of memorial spaces. The current Kulangoor Cemetery Master Plan was developed in 2004, and since this was development, there has been no updated design. In 2022, Council engaged Avalon Studios to conduct a review of the Kulangoor Cemetery, as it is the newest cemetery in the network with the most land available to service the community for up to 80 years. In 2023, Avalon Studios provided their final report for consideration and community engagement was undertaken between October and December in the same year. In 2024, the proposed master plan was updated with the feedback that has been received from the community and community reference group and is now finalised for Council's consideration. Avalon are a leading designer in cemetery planning and service cemeteries and crematoria worldwide. The Avalon report considers places for reflection, the types of memorial spaces where the community can take time to pause and reflect, remembering loved ones. The report also considered the land that is available for current and future development, along with using the environment, landscape and its design elements with a contemporary approach to end-of-life memorial spaces. The master plan also considers our region's demographic profile and religious and spiritual considerations. This is a picture of Kulangoor Cemetery, which is considered our formal cemetery and is surrounded by a natural environment. While we were seeking feedback from the community on the Kulangoor Cemetery Master Plan, we also asked the community to express their interest through a self-nomination process to join a community reference group. The community reference group is represented by a diverse range of community and industry representatives. From funeral directors, celebrant, legal professional, stonemasons, landscape designer and local business operators. As council officers, we understand that the end-of-life services may not be actively spoken and whilst important, it can be often difficult and emotional, which can of course be stressful for some. The engagement on the Kulangoor Cemetery Master Plan reflected this, with the consultation receiving a high number of views on social media and Have Your Say page and 42 responses received. We held information sessions at Kulangoor Cemetery and Nambour Library. The community reference group reviewed the responses from the community and an on-site tour at Kulangoor Cemetery was held to consider the feedback about the current cemetery design. The responses that we received told us that 89% of respondents would visit and use the cemetery's facilities for funeral services. Just over 80% would like a constructed boardwalk around the perimeter of the cemetery, which could also have ash interment spaces on it or near it and following the natural waterway. Trees, shade, seats and water features are also important design elements for a cemetery. Positive responses were also received for a chapel to be co-located with a cafe and florist, interchangeable artwork within the cemetery, and the community said that they would be unlikely to use cemetery facilities for events such as weddings or music festivals, as the cemetery is a peaceful place to honour loved ones. This is our current chapel at Kulangoor Cemetery. It is an open-air chapel and overlooks open space. The 2024 Master Plan provides spaces for an ashes scatter garden, an ash internment garden, natural burials, which are already available at our Yamundi Cemetery, a constructed boardwalk along the natural environment waterway, seating and shade for reflection, all abilities access, car parking and public amenities down near the chapel, a commercial building, and under Council's consideration, the ownership and operational management of a building like this to be considered for Council owned and managed, delivered through a partnership with Council and a private investor, or a Council owned building with leasing part or all of the building. The significant changes which are highlighted in yellow is a change from an amphitheatre to a new ash interment space with seating. The mausoleum changing from the west side of the cemetery to the east, overlooking the maple trees and a water feature. And a newly constructed commercial building to the east of the cemetery with a new entrance. The significant change here was to take the car park from internal to the cemetery to the external and allow the building to overlook the cemetery. It is with this information that I present to the Council today for your consideration and endorsement of the Kulangoor Cemetery Master Plan 2024.
Thank you. Can I have a mover, Councillor Law, and a seconder, Councillor Bunnag? Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the report and presentation of the master plan for the Kulangoor Cemetery. And firstly, for anyone who hasn't yet visited this site, strongly recommend a visit. Yes, it's there for the purposes of end of life. It's a place where people come to visit their loved ones. It's where people come to bury or intern the ashes. But it is a very peaceful area. Even though it's beside the railway line and the Bruce Highway, it is peaceful. It reflects our current community and what we have in our community. And it also just sits under the Blackall Range in the northern hinterland. It is a cracking place. It's a very large space, and it has the potential to deliver 80 years of cemetery services to our community. It's a fast-growing community, but 80 years will see us into the next century. And if we get this wrong now, we are going to not get to the next century, because we've got to set the foundations and the framework right now so that the space is used well and so that the space can reflect the huge diversity that we have in our community. If you think back to our last ordinary meeting, we had a gentleman from the Bahia faith who came to provide our blessing. And this cemetery will give us, and does give us, the opportunity to meet all cultural and religious backgrounds, including the Bahia faith. So it is really important that when we look to the future, we are able to accommodate the requirements and the needs and wishes of every faith, every cultural background, every means that people wish to celebrate and recognise and honour the passing of loved ones in their family. And everyone does that differently. And it's about providing the people who need traditional cemetery services that they will have those services now and in the future. This master plan, it protects the services today, but most importantly, it provides them for the future as well. It's not something that people want to readily talk about and get involved with, because actually we generally don't like to think about and consider end of life. It's not a regular topic of conversation. But there are people in our community who are leading us and providing guidance and advice so that when the inevitable happens, because it will, that it is a respectful and honourable way for people to respect their loved ones in the future no matter their religious or cultural background. So I commend this report to everyone. It's difficult work, but well done for your engagement with the community and bringing those people in from the commercial sector, from the social enterprise, from the not-for-profit, and the people who are there ready and willing and wanting to support the future of cemetery services. So I commend this, and I will be looking for everyone's support today so that we demonstrate to our community we know what we're doing and we are preparing for the growth of our region and providing these very important services into the next century. That's why we need this. That's a long time away, but let's make sure that we make the best use out of this land, this beautiful land in the northern hinterland of the Blackall Range. So thank you very much for this important work, and I'll be supporting this today. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just rise to thank you, Debbie, for the work that you've done. It's a great outcome in terms of being able to take on board the community feedback, and also want to pass my thanks to the community reference group, because I know how passionate a number of them were about making sure that we got it right, and I think that's reflected. Just one question. Did you manage to keep dogs out of here? Because Joe Bisanella had a real issue about being buried there and having dogs do business on top of him. And so I now know that he's buried there, so I hope that we're able to limit the dogs that come and do their business on top of Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. A couple of quick questions first. Back on slide 8, sorry, just to be annoying, could you explain a little bit more about what's happening on that island there with the walkway across? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Broderick, that space to the right of the slide is for natural burials in the future. We currently offer natural burials in our Yamundi Cemetery, and this is a future space that we would like to... It is land that is owned by council now, and it is a connection with the crossing over into that space with shade trees and also seating.
And while we're on that slide, could you explain a little bit more about the commercial space as well and what the intent and purpose is for that too?
Certainly. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Broderick, the commercial space would look to have ancillary services such as cafe, florist, crematorium, funeral directors, community space for use, and yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank this team. I love the cemetery team. They are awesome. And I have been out, Councillor Law, and taken a look. And as Councillor Law did, I encourage you all to, because it is a beautiful space. And it is just really calming when you're out there. And I think it's really evident that our team in particular, how sensitive and how thoughtful you are. And I just want to thank you for all your work, because you just do such an amazing job out there. It is beautiful. And you're just thoughtful, sensitive and respectful in all that you do. So thank you for your awesome work, and I will be supporting your master plan today.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate, Debbie, I really do appreciate this report. I'm just going to ask a question. The proposal in relation to the commercial area, does that include, sometime in the future, a crematorium?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Johnson, yes, in the future it would be considered.
Regrettably, I don't agree with that. I think that that's something that should be done by commercial operators, and that we shouldn't be facilitating it at our cemetery. And for that reason alone, because I think that everything else in this report is fantastic, and as you know, Deborah, I've opposed this right from the first time that was discussed with me, so I will not be voting in favour of the report only because of that one provision in there, and I know that it's not intended, it's not in the 10-year program for works. It's something that's likely to happen, if it does, at some time well into the future. But considering how this council has had to defer and will continue to have to defer a lot of major capital works, significant capital works, I just don't see that we can afford at any time in the future to make this sort of provision, and obviously we'd have to borrow the money or take it out of rate revenue, and I just don't agree with it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Acting CEO would like to make a response.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, and through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Johnston, it's indicating that we may look towards a crematorium and other associated uses. This is not an unusual situation. If you visit a number of cemeteries across Melbourne, as an example, they often do have crematoriums associated with them. It provides the opportunity for such cemeteries to effectively wash their own faces in terms of the costs of running those cemeteries into the future. They also provide things like cafes and florist shops. We probably in the past, we have 18 cemeteries, and this is by far our largest, with BOR second. We've just recently had to close, as you know, Caloundra, because we've run out of space there. So this is looking forward to the future. Just because it is indicated on a master plan does not suggest by any stretch of the imagination that this would be something that our council would actually fund. We would look to the private sector to work in partnership with us, as we have done on many other projects across the Sunshine Coast, including this very city centre that we are in now. So just to allay any fears for other councillors, this would be something that we would look to partner, as Debbie has mentioned, with the industry in respect of that particular proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for the report, Mrs Hedger. Fully supportive. It's and I'd just like to touch on the great work, the team, the small team that you do, and also your work in regards to, obviously our acting CEO just spoke about Caloundra coming to its end of life, and the need for us to look at other cemeteries across the region. I just want to touch on the comment around crematoriums and locations for them, and as a councillor that's actually has been impacted by an existing crematorium within an industrial estate, which has, for me personally, I'll be looking for support in the new planning scheme that we look at recommendations where we can actually have that type of use in a more suitable location in terms of in our industrial estate. Just one question I just want to raise, and my apologies if I missed it, if you spoke about it in your presentation, was around the land that's not suitable for interment in regards to around 11 hectares. If you want to make a comment on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Landsberg, yes, there is land that is not suitable for interment, that we would look to leave it as it currently is in its natural state, but how we bring that element into the design through ash interments, through the constructed boardwalk, and following the perimeter of the actual boundary of the land where the waterway is.
And that's obviously low-lying land that's been impacted, can be impacted by flooding?
That is correct, Councillor Landsberg.
And just to touch on as well, councillors, great report, fully supportive, but I will also be requesting as we move into the next budget, there will be opportunities for investment in obviously our recently closed down Caloundra Cemetery. There is a need for expansion of the ashes interment there, and I'd like to take that offline and talk to the team about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Bunnag.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Debbie, Lib, thank you very much for your report. Really appreciate the work that you've done over a number of years in getting us to this stage to consider endorsement of a master plan. Look, death is obviously a very confronting topic for a lot of people in the community, which is probably why it's reflective of the fact that we had a limited amount of people provide feedback, but I do want to make a shout out to the community reference group that you had as part of this process that was made up of a variety of different stakeholders with expertise in this matter. So I think that's important context to share with the council and people listening online. As Councillor Law said earlier, it's inevitable that we will all meet death at some point. We're just getting there at varying speeds, I guess. And this master plan allows for 80 years of planning into the future. I think it's really important that council plays an active role in this. If you think about the other stages of life, we play such an active role in providing spaces for kids and toddlers like my children in play spaces. As we get older, we think of educational opportunities and places for them to have recreation in parks and the like. As we get older and older, we plan our public transport system so that people can get to and from work in a safe way. And as people finish and go into their later stages of life, we think about recreational spaces for them, parks, aquatic centres and the like. And it's very appropriate that we also consider an end-of-life aspect in terms of planning. This is the most significant land holding that we have on the Sunshine Coast to allow for a variety of different burials and ceremonial recognitions of people's lives. And we have to take that opportunity and grasp it with both hands, in my view. I've heard Councillor Johnston's concerns regarding the commerciality of a crematorium service, and I think it's really important that we consider what the report had to say about this in terms of the site. It spoke of opportunities for community and business partnerships has emerged within the site. This site has direct frontage to Nambour Connection Road and presents new commercial opportunities in supporting cemetery operations in partnership with third-party complementary businesses, i.e. a funeral director operations, multi-purpose function facility, crematorium. So there are a variety of different uses, and what the team has done very thoughtfully and pragmatically is, as the acting CEO has said, find a way for this business group within council to wash its own face. So what does that mean? It's for it to become sustainable from a financial perspective. We have to look at doing different ways of things in this council in this period. If anyone has read a little bit ahead in terms of what our budget position looks like, we have to find ways to be innovative. We have to find ways to partner with third parties for commercial opportunities. It will not just be in the crematorium space or in the cemetery space, it will be in our community space. It will be in our library spaces potentially. So we have to be open-minded. We have to approach this with a level of pragmatism. And to Councillor Landsberg's comments around the location of crematorium services, this is probably one of the best ones. In fact, it's, I think, in terms of impactfulness around the area, it's limited in terms of residential development. It's next to a main road. There's a service station down the road. So in terms of impacts, I think it will be quite minimal. So from my perspective, I'm fully supportive of this master plan. It is a master plan. We'll find ways to fund it into the future, whether it be through council's budget or through investment from third parties, but I commend this master plan to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law, do you have a question, or you do? Okay.
Thank you, through you. First question is in relation to the accessibility of our cemeteries, not only this one, but all cemeteries. Are dogs allowed? And does the master plan make a comment or talk about the future access to a cemetery for a dog?
Thank you, Councillor Law. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Law, dogs are welcome into a cemetery on leash, and that is so that we are respectful of those that are there. We quite often in Kulangoor Cemetery and many of the other cemeteries that I've been to see people walking their pets, and we have placed some signage into the cemeteries, and that has raised the awareness, and we do often see people with their pets on leash.
Thank you. And a second question for Councillor Johnston, if I may. Your objection to the master plan, you've said, is around budget and future budget commitments. Is that purely for a crematorium or for any of the commercial structures that are suggested in the master plan?
Councillor Johnston.
Thanks, Councillor Law. I happen to include that as an additional reason, but my real objection is that I don't believe we should be in the business of running crematoriums. It's just a philosophical thing, and if people don't like it, I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel, and that's the only reason why I won't be voting for the adoption.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Law, thank you. Councillor Natoli, do you have a question?
Question. Where does it say that we're going to be running a crematorium in the report?
Mayor, Councillor Natoli, the plan shows a space for a commercial building with a recommendation to consider a crematorium, florist and cafe. Should Council endorse the master plan today, in the future we would look to how that building is constructed and operated and managed.
And that would be something that would be brought back to Council as a further decision to be made. Obviously, either as a budget item or...
Acting CEO Deborah Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Natoli, and through you, Madam Mayor. That would be something that would have to be brought back to Council around any procurement opportunities, any budget requirements. So that would be brought back to this Council.
Which would include the possibility that it could be a third-party operator that could be running the crematorium.
That's correct, Councillor Natoli.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, do you have another question?
I'd just like to explain, please. I just don't believe we should be making provision for cemeteries, for crematoriums in our cemeteries.
Councillor, you've already spoken to the motion.
Well, you know, there's been these questions which seem to impugn on, you know, the fact that I'm wrong. It's my opinion. Now,
okay.
My question is...
Okay, your question. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
By Councillor Natoli, does it say anywhere in the report that we won't be doing it ourselves?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as I've said, Councillor Johnston, the report says that there is an opportunity for a commercial building, and how that is operated, managed, constructed, is for future consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Is there anyone else? Councillor Law, would you like to close?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the discussion today, and some couple of interesting points. And I think acknowledging some people's specific desires, and particularly around dogs. Dogs are an important part of people's family, and it's right that we should allow dogs to visit, you know, people who have passed, but yes, they must be on a leash, and we must make that very, very clear. And I would hope, and I suspect, that most people who visit a cemetery with a pet will take great care of that pet, that the pet also honours everyone who is there, and whatever structure is there as their memorial. I urge support of this today. I urge support even from my colleague Councillor Winston. I've heard clearly what you've said, but the risk of not having this master plan is that we will use up the space erratically, we'll use the space in a poor way, and we simply won't get the best use out of the land, and we won't get to the next century. It will be ineffective. It will cost us more money if we don't have a master plan to follow. The risks of not having a master plan means that we will most likely incur greater cost and expense. And thinking of Councillor Landsberg and the challenges and issues that I'm very aware of that he has there with a crematorium in a very inappropriate place, an ideal place to have a crematorium is at a cemetery. And not only is this at a cemetery, this potential for a space to have a crematorium, it's at a cemetery, it's beside the Bruce Highway, the main road throughout Queensland, and there is an exit within 500 metres of the cemetery. It makes it ideal for so many reasons. It reduces travel time. It just makes it easy. It's logical. And I absolutely acknowledge that we would want to be collaborating with a full-profit business. We'd want to collaborate potentially with a social enterprise, a not-for-profit, maybe even a charity. Who knows who wants to operate in this space? But we know from the commercial sector, you can earn a lot of money through running a crematorium. It is a highly profitable business. Now, I'm not saying we want to jump into that full commercial space, but it is a means to getting an essential service for our community in a very sensible location. What a win for the planning scheme that would be, to build something where it's actually meant to be. That would be amazing. So I urge support of this today. I encourage reconsideration from my colleague, Councillor Winston, and I hope that we can get this master plan going ahead for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, I will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, Dixon, Hungerford, Bunag, Suarez, Law and Mayor Natoli. Those against? Councillor Johnston. Thank you. The motion is carried. Councillors, we'll now take a break for morning tea and we will reconvene in 15 minutes at 11:05. Thank you both for your report. Thank you, Ms. Ledger, Ms. Dalton, and we will be back here at 11:05. Welcome back. Thank you. We are moving now to item 8.4 and we welcome Mr. Costello to present this item. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning all. Merry Christmas. Bit early, but everyone's into it already, so it's good.
It's not early. Definitely not early.
So, Madam Mayor, I'll run through the November financial performance report, which will be a number of the variations that are in this report will be catered for in the next report, which is the Budget Review 2. So excuse me if I run through things a little bit quick, but anyway, we'll see how we go. So the result at the end of November was ahead of the current budget. And again, November, this is a snapshot as at a point in time after 5 months. The Budget Review 2 is a forecast to the end of financial year. So ahead of budget 5.4 million, revenue ahead of budget 5.5 million and expenses just below budget. As I mentioned, those results do not include the adjustments proposed for Budget Review 2. On the revenue, the State Commercial Waste Levy ahead of budget, cleansing charges ahead of budget year to date. This then the review that we've undertaken since September. The waste container refund scheme revenue is higher than budget. Holiday fees ahead of budget. Plumbing services below year-to-date budget. But as at the end of October, that plumbing services around about 600,000 below budget. That's come back a little bit. They're about 480,000 below budget. So that's promising. And interest received from investments below budget. So all of those adjustments are catered for in Budget Review 2. The expenditure operating projects were below budget, and particularly a couple of the projects there for the cascading climate risk, disaster recovery funding for the street tree planting grant and blue carbon restoration. But there are a number of projects that have not commenced as of yet, and some levy projects are below budget for the environment levy and transport levy. Employee costs at the end of November are 1.6% ahead of budget. Capital Works program, as at the end of November, as a benchmark for 5 months, is around about 42%. The total capital works program has progressed 45.3%. 111 million of the total program has been financially expended, and $64 million of the 144 million core capital program has been expended, which is just under 45%. Our cash at the end of November, 178 million. Our debt at the end of November, 434 million. We made the debt repayment in August of 12.6 million. The next repayment will occur in February. And anticipated borrowings as at November are 20.3 million, but Budget Review 2 is looking at a change for the borrowings. Our investments, again, after 4 months, we've got 5 months, we've got 4 term deposits totaling $50 million, maturing up to 60 days and a weighted average of 5.1%. And the cash rate remains static at 4.35% from the Reserve Bank just this week. Yeah, this week or last week. So we're still hitting 5.1%, which at this point will more than likely hold for a few months. And again, just mentioning the risks, again, the delivery of revenue, or following attention of our revenue targets, the delivery of the 14.7 million savings initiatives, again, will be covered in Budget Review 2. And the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have a mover? Councillor Hungerford, a seconder, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as the Chief Financial Officer stated, we've got Budget Review 2. A lot of this is covered in. I'll be speaking in more detail on that. The operating result, 56.8 million, and is a current ahead of the budget by 5.4 million. That is made up of revenue above budget of 5.5 million and expenses below budget of 171. But they're offset by the employee costs of 16.6% above budget, plumbing fees and charges 461,000 lower than anticipated, and interest received from investments of 1.2 million lower. So there are headwinds there in the budget we're going into. Pleasingly, our capital works program has progressed 45.3%. That's 111 million of our 244.9 million capital works program has been expended to date. 64 million of the 43.5 million core capital program has been spent, which is 44% of budget. Our cash, I'd like to see it higher, but in constrained times, 178 million. Pleasingly, our debt is low. We're very fortunate to have a low debt for a local government or a government entity, which is something we need to maintain into the future, of 433.8 million. Now, anticipated new borrowings are 20.3 million. There may be another 3 million for waste to accelerate the expansion of the waste, especially at Nambour, but the indoor stadium with the Olympics bid there, the $7 million there, we may not need to borrow this year, depending on the outcome of that. Will depend on what we do next year. But as the Chief Financial Officer has pointed out, meeting our operational result is going to be very critical in us achieving that 14.7 million in savings initiatives in the operating result. If we don't leave that, we'll be further backward going into next year's budget. So it's very important we achieve those. We're in a sound position. We've got headwinds there, but we are working towards them. And I'll go into more detail in Budget Review 2 of where we're heading into next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Michael and Sharon, for bringing us this report. Ted's been through some of the numbers, and like we said, we've got Budget Review 2 coming up just following this, so I'm going to leave my bunch of questions till then. But just one that I will bring up, and I have spoken to Michael about this already. We want to ensure that our financial reports are easily read and understood by our community and us, frankly. So we've spoken about that and how we can work on the presentation of these reports so that they're more easy to read and easily understandable. Having said that, there are lots of things that we talk about that we just assume most people know about, but don't. And one of those is our vacancy rate. So, Michael, could you please explain to us what vacancy rate actually is, it's above budget, and why it's above budget, please?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and I will cover this again in Budget Review 2 because there is an adjustment to the vacancy rate. So the vacancy rate is a negative expense that is included in the budget to reflect the nature of our staff turnover. So as the vacancy rate applies to 5.5% to internal staff and 2% to external staff. So I'll use internal staff as an example, whereby throughout the year, if there's 20 odd staff in a branch, if there's one of those staff who leave as part of turnover, it takes a period of time to replace that position. So that period of time results in a reduced expense because you've only not got 19 positions in that example rather than 20. That's why the vacancy rate for externals is at 2% and internals at 5.5%, because external or customer-facing staff tend to, if someone leaves on a Friday, we try to replace on the Monday with agency staff. So there is $9.7 million that is included as a negative expense in the budget to reflect the nature of our turnover. Now, we'll see in the next report in Budget Review 2 that there is an adjustment to that because our turnover of staff percentage has decreased. So staff are staying longer. I think it was around about 14% going back about 12 months. I think it's round about 10% now. So hence the adjustment. So the budget is reduced by a figure for every single branch. That reduction is depending on the branch, whether it's internal or external staff. If it's internal, it's 5.5%. If it's external, it's 2%. So it is meant to cater for the nature of business in that if staff leave today, they're generally not replaced tomorrow, either by agency or internal. It takes some time for recruitment to actually get that position filled.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So thank you, and thank you for your patience and your grace while I asked 1,000 questions regarding that. So I'm going to leave what I have to say to our budget review. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through to you, Michael. I noticed that the waste container refund scheme has brought us an extra $1.2 million. What was the actual budget for that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the total budget is $1.3 million, and there's a catch-up. Some of that increase relates to a catch-up from last financial year, but we'll cater for it this year. So the total budget was $1.3 million, and we're $1.2 million higher than budget.
Then higher than budget. And obviously, the government's added wine bottles into that equation. I raised last time through our waste advisory group that my concern that our share of revenue in terms of with the previous recycler was, I thought it was quite generous. And I asked whether the new contract that could be renegotiated to be more in our favour as a council. And I never got an answer to that question, so I'm not expecting that answer now, but I would like that answer to be given to me at some point, that I'd like to know what the current arrangements are between the new recycler in terms of what percentage they get and what percentage we get. And I am aware that we have rolled out, so far this year, 166 public recycling bins. There are still so many bins in places like Mooloolaba that do not have the option for recycling. The only option people have to deposit these containers are in a normal waste bin, and they go straight to our landfill, which we pay a levy. Does it make sense? You know, I think personally I would like to see council's focus in regards to both increasing our recycling bins in key areas where we know that there are going to be high use, education campaign, especially for domestic users, residents. There's still many people that throw these containers in their red bins when they should be going into the yellow bins, because we will not get the revenue if they go into the red bins. We just pay the additional waste levy that the government imposes on us.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Anyone else to speak? No. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close? No. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Also presenting item 8.5, Mr Costello, so back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Budget Review 2. So this is the second budget review of the year. We're proposing another Budget Review 3 to occur in February and March of next year. So as I mentioned prior with the November report, that's a snapshot as at the end of November. Budget Review 2 is a forecast as to where our position will be in June of next year. The budget reviews are governed by our budget principles when we endorse the budget for the financial year. In this budget review, service levels set by council have remained. Our cash levels have decreased somewhat. Our debt levels have gone up just marginally due to that adjustment that Councillor Hungerford spoke about earlier, but I'll cover that. And our operating result, achieving an desired operating result to fund debt redemptions and capital expenditure has not occurred. So I'll just run through a summary and refer to certain pages in the report and some of the additional information that has been provided. Our operating result as at Budget Review 1 was 21.7 million. That's proposed to be reduced to about 3.8 million, so that's $18 million reduction. The details are on page 164 of the report, but I'll run through those on the next couple of pages of the presentation. The total capital expenditure has increased by 15.2 million. There's a couple of projects, or three projects in particular, the DRFA land and an external project that make up that 15.2 million. When we talked about Budget Review 1 and when that was adopted, there was a deferral factor of $53 million that was included in Budget Review 1. The details of that 53 million, the projects, a number of those are included in Budget Review 2, but it has had no impact on the bottom line. Our cash has reduced by a bit over 16 million. The reduction of the cash is, we've looked at a reduction in the developer contributions from 33.6 million to 25 million for this year and included in the out years as well. They're very difficult to predict, but certainly this year that's conservative. The operating impact to our cash is around about $6.8 million, and there's a minor capital impact as well. But effectively it's the developer contribution reduction and the operating result which have reduced our cash balance. The operating position, significant adjustments, again details on page 164 of the report. The waste levy was not captured in the original budget. The impact in the original budget was zero because the revenue matched the expense. As at now, there's a favourable impact of about 700,000 for the waste levy, but if you look at the lines, our revenue lines for our rates would have gone up by 8.9 million, and our expenses and our materials and services will go up by 8.2 million in this budget review too, with a net impact of 700,000. But again, reflecting back to the original budget, there was no impact on our original budget. Development services, fees and charges, year-end forecast to be 1.6 million below the original budget. And as I mentioned in the previous report, there may be some turnaround perhaps on some of the fees, but again, we'll review that as we work our way through the next coming months. Some communications revenue for a project and related expenditure, a net impact favourable of 979,000. Holiday parks net revenue of 418,000 increase based on the quarterly trend to date. Reduced interest received from investments, that's based on the reduced cash coupled with, we had actually budgeted for interest rates around about 5.2%, and as I mentioned in the previous report, it's 5.1%. So we've got a forecast of $2 million reduction in our interest on investments. The Sunshine Coast Stadium, talked about the 100-day review, the Olympic review that's underway, but the stadium delay has had an unfavourable impact of 366,000. So revenue of 816,000 and increased expenses just under 1.2 million. Continuing with the significant adjustments, depreciation has increased. We've proposed an increase of $11.1 million based on last financial year's results due to the revaluation of assets. Therefore, and that revaluation resulted in increased asset values. We've had an increased asset value, which means that our depreciation follows that asset value increase. Some of those increases for the revaluations that took place last financial year. Transportation, about a 32% increase, $750 million increase for transportation on our balance sheet. Stormwater had an increase of 7.5% to 8%. Other infrastructure, various components in there between 33% and over 50% for the revaluations, and then indexed. So they were the comprehensive revaluations. The indexation for land and buildings, 13% and 3% respectively. So our balance sheet, we've had an increase of about $1.5 billion to our assets for property, plant and equipment. About $1.3 billion relates to our asset revaluations. And again, the impact on that is that flows through to an increased depreciation. Depreciation then showing what the impact will be in the future when we renew those assets. We've had a slight win in the reduction in QTC interest for our loans. When we put the budget together in late May and then early June, we picked an interest rate at that point in time that QTC had for loans. We drew down those loans in the third week of June, and the interest rate was a little bit lower. So it was about 160,000 favourable. There's been an increase in the planning appeal legal expenses of 260,000 due to a longer appeal duration and higher complexity. And then in relation to budget efficiency savings that were included in the original budget, we've talked in the previous report about a risk of the $14.7 million. There was $14.7 million of negatives that were included in expenses. The largest component out of that was the vacancy rate at 9.7 million, and the balance included a number of one-offs. So a number of those efficiencies are not likely to occur this year. And such that the organisation review, there was a negative $1 million to say that there would be $1 million of savings of some, whether materials and services and employee costs. That's been proposed to take out of the budget as not being achieved. The quarry review, about $721,000. A fleet reduction of $1 million. Parking fees, there was a proposal to increase parking fees for the parking stations and also some at-grade parking of $183,000. So that proposed to be removed, and property branch integration of $300,000. As I mentioned earlier in the financial performance report, the employee costs, the vacancy rate. The vacancy rate in the original budget was 9.7 million. Based on staff turnover reducing, makes up the major component of that $1.6 million vacancy rate reduction. So then the vacancy rate's proposed to come down to 8.1 million. The risks around that are reasonably low because the vacancy rate has been included in every budget for some period of time, and last financial year, for example, we were reasonably close with our vacancy rate across the board. So, but there was an increase that was included in the original budget, and proposing for $1.6 million of that to be removed. So all of those are unfavourable to our operating result because they'll increase our expenses. The Capital Works program, as I mentioned in the summary, Madam Mayor, the Capital Works program has increased by $15.2 million due to externally funded projects, and there's three projects in there that make up that $15.2 million. Around about $11.5 million of that has got external funding to it. The balance is the DRFA where there'll be a timing difference for the DRFA. That'll flow into next year when the cash will arrive for that. Now, I mentioned earlier about Budget Review 1, there was $53 million that was included as a negative in Budget Review 1 to the capital program. So the capital program was reduced by $53 million. The deferred projects have been identified at $38.6 million, which leaves a balance of around about $14 million that has not yet been identified. So page 165 of the report, I'll just run through those, Madam Mayor, of some of the higher or the larger capital projects included in that $36.8 million. And that includes, the Sunshine Coast Stadium, which we talked earlier about, that's been deferred, of $6.9 million. The Moffat Beach seawall of $4.3 million. Sippy Downs Library, $4.1 million. Mooloolaba Foreshore, Stage 2, Central Meeting Place, $2.8 million. Caloundra Transport Corridor Upgrade, $2 million. North Arm Road Gravel Road Upgrade, $1.6 million. Oval Avenue and Arthur Street Stormwater, $1.3 million. Maple Street, Mullaney Streetscape, $1.25 million. Caloundra Aerodrome Master Plan, a bit over $1 million. And Lakewood Drive and Monarch Road Gravel Road upgrade of $1 million. So they're just some of the larger projects for deferral. And again, they are deferred either part or in full into next year. So there's no cancellation of projects. They are deferred into the future year, which will then have an impact on next year's capital program. And then the minor works program, as per legislation, Appendix B covers the listing of the minor works program for Council's consideration. Just on the risks, again, budgets are developed to ensure long-term financial sustainability. There can be some one-offs where an operating result is either negative or not achieved, but it's certainly not sustainable in the long term. And the operating result is an extremely important basis for that long-term financial sustainability. Our continued monitoring and delivery of our capital works program within budgeted scope and cost needs to continue. Capital works deferral need to be continually addressed in future budget reviews. And whilst Budget Review 2 focuses on the financial position as at June of next year, so the end of this financial year, it's important to acknowledge there's significant work still required for both the capital and the operating budgets to ensure there's no impact to Council's long-term financial sustainability. Financial targets have been set for the 25-26 financial year, and they'll be closely monitored during budget development. And we talked about those in the November budget workshop for development of next financial year. Those targets related to our capital works program, our core capital works program, our operating result, and importantly, as an outcome of those, our cash balances. So our unrestricted cash balance and our total cash, setting those targets for next year is crucial. The unrestricted cash component is below our benchmark. Our benchmark is 2 months. 1 month's operating expenses is around about $39 million. So our unrestricted cash is below where it needs to be, but the importance again of ensuring that we move to those targets for next financial year, such that our cash is maintained and then increased over the long-term period of our financial statements. And the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Councillors, do I have a mover? Councillor Hungerford, a seconder. Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford.
Label up that was on the beginning, so I can refer to it on the way through. Okay, I'm going to explain this in simple terms right from the beginning for the benefit of the community. We've had 3 years now of very high inflation. I don't need to explain the effect that's had on everything through our society. Even people's living expenses, day-to-day costs. Local government's no different. Where the services out there, the increase in cost is passed on there. The capital works, the increased cost is passed on. And they get greater each year. So what you have in that situation is you either have to have deferred expenditure somewhere else or you go into your savings, like if it's a person with a mortgage. Your interest rates go up, you've either got to change your expenditure or go into your savings to offset that extra expenditure. A local government is no different. We've had 3 years of that now, and a lot of people are feeling that, and we're hoping that it comes down in the future, because it's affecting everything through our society, even affecting us with our budgets. You look at there, the operating expenditure. That has an increased $26.3 million there. That's what I'm talking about. That has to be found. Either reducing your expenditure somewhere else or offsetting it with your savings and what people have in their bank accounts. And council's the same. We've been doing that for 3 years now, but it reaches a point where you exhaust the ability of those savings to absorb that, the same as a person with a mortgage out there. So we're getting to where we're looking, see, a budget review 2 is a projection of where we think we'll be on the 30th of June. We've got budget review 3, we'll get a better understanding as we get close to that point in time. But what we're doing is prudently adjusting our expenditure, because in some of those expenditures we've up to nearly 30% increase in what it costs us to provide the same services or do those works out there. Now realistically, to pass that straight on a rate increase would be unsustainable. It'd be 5 to 10% rate increase easily. That's not sustainable in our society, especially with people with the cost of living struggling they're doing at the moment. So council's being proactive and looking at this and saying, okay, what expenditure can we defer and keep within our parameters at the moment so we sustainably provide for our community that they can afford. So we've already looked at, and see that 26.3 million, 11 million of that on its own is that increase in our asset base, which has increased the depreciation schedule. That's $11 million on its own. And I had it here before, and the other one is the waste levy budget not captured in the original budget related to the revenue budget. That's another 8.2 million. Things we've got to find. And that's what we're doing. So we're looking at, we've so far identified 38.6 million in deferrals. It's not saying we're not doing things, we're looking at when can we sustainably deliver them within our current parameters and our financial capabilities, or the ratepayer's ability to pay for that. So that means on the 53 million we identified, we still need to find another 14.9. Now you'll see on the monthly report, there's $14 million in operational savings we need to be found there to balance our operating result. If we don't do that, that puts us further behind. So there's quite substantial headwinds here, but we're responsibly looking at it and saying, okay, what are we going to do to mitigate the impact on the ratepayer? You'll see on that total cash balance there, just on this alone, there's another 16.2 million going off our cash balance. As the Chief Financial Officer pointed out there, that's our total cash balance, constrained and unconstrained. And we're getting down to 50 million there, on that figure there, that gets us beneath the threshold we need to have to remain sustainable. Reason we're doing this is we're preserving our ability in the medium to long term to keep delivering for our ratepayers that they can afford. That's responsible management. We're not the only ones in this boat. Most governments, local governments, state and federal, I can ask for extension if you like. I'm just trying to explain it so people understand it.
Councillor, would you like an extension of time?
Have an extension.
Moved Councillor Bunnag, seconded Councillor Dixon. Put that to the vote, councillors. Yeah. That is unanimous. Thank you. Off you go, Councillor Hungerford.
So this is only put up there today, and I don't want it to cause alarm. We're in a very sound position. We needn't be alarmed, but we've got to be alert to the situation we're in and how we can adjust ourselves for that. Not only that, take the community on the journey with us, because ultimately they're the ones that pay the price if we get it wrong. And that's why I'm very proud to serve in a group of people here that are focused that way. Okay, we've got a tough headwind here. We've got a few things that are going to challenge us. We're not like chooks with their heads cut off. We're actually looking at it sensibly, logically, and within sound financial parameters, what position do we need to get ourselves in so we can get through this point in time. So that operating result there, if we don't achieve that 14.9, that's $17.9 million there. And of course, if you don't meet those parameters, that has to come out of your cash. We've done that for the last 3 years to offset the impact on our community, but we're reaching the limit where we can't keep doing that. So now we have to look at what we cut back in, what we defer as an expenditure, and when we do things, time them within our current financial parameters. We will get a better indication of that when we get to Budget Review 3, but this impacts on how we view next year's budget and how we structure that. Because if you don't do it, this compounds. And those gaps get bigger and bigger and the community has to pay more. That's why we're working on, okay, let's be responsible up front, let's look at what we need to do, make those decisions and adjustments, so in the long term, medium to long term, we can continue to provide for our community at a level that they can afford. That's what this is about. I'm saying I'm not happy with being in this position, but we've got to be mature and responsible about it and how we approach it. So I'm putting to you, councillors, this is a blueprint of where we are, where we expect ourselves to be on the 30th of June. Hopefully it gets improves as we go up, and we certainly hope that inflation starts coming down, because it's affecting everything in our society, everyday living. I know when I do the grocery shopping, it's up all the time. I'm buying the same things. And I'm an empty nester, I haven't got the kids at home now. So I feel for the families that have got that situation where they've got extra mouths to feed in the house to make the budgets balance. But we're working on making sure we make our budget balance and we keep delivering. So I look forward to any questions from other councillors. And the Chief Financial, thank you for yesterday afternoon, that extra time for me to really understand this down and where we're heading. Much appreciated because you stayed till after work hours, the two of you and with Jenny as well. So we could well be prepared for today to explain it. And I hope that we're going into Budget Review 3, situation improves a bit, marginally, even that to take the heat off, but more importantly, how we structure next year's budget so we only commit to what we know we can afford or what our community can afford. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Dixon.
Yes, and through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to talk on one item that was mentioned in the budget deferral list earlier by Mr Costello. And one of those projects is, no surprise, Sippy Downs Library. I just thought I'd take a second to update the community on where that project is at. Historically, we've secured the land for the library, so it's now in council's ownership. By memory, it's 1,500 square metres, height limit of 25 metres. Now, project, as you can imagine, has gone up in price over many, many years. The good news is that we've finished the detailed design. So the project is now, from what I believe from staff, it is shovel ready. So the project is shovel ready. And we've been looking for state and federal government grants. Unfortunately, earlier this year, we weren't successful in a federal government grant, which would have brought us across the line to get the project delivered. But we still recognise in council's budgeting process that as of today, given the current budget consideration and future budget years, there's around about $14 million on the books for the project. So it hasn't been cancelled. And we're also looking to bring in about $6 million through the Palmview Infrastructure Agreement for the project. So let's say that council has around $20 million in the future for this project. But at the moment, the current projected cost for the library is around 36 mil, and we haven't had that recosted in the last few months, which means it's probably getting up closer to 40. So what is the point of this conversation? The conversation is, one, to acknowledge we can't build it right now, so we don't need the money right now. We need to obviously find federal and state government grant opportunities to build it, because we're never going to find 40 on our own. And I'm saying 40 because that's a realistic figure. But we've also had feedback from the federal government that we need to do some more community engagement. And the two positives I will take out of today's budget adjustment or budget review 2 is that there's enough funding to get the site ready. So we're going to prepare the site so it's in a much better frame, because at the moment it's currently sitting with water and weeds and it's in between multiple development fronts, so we're going to clean it up, which will make it available for community uses temporarily. But also I've been confirmed and committed by staff that there will be money for community engagement. Now, there's two schools of thought. There's obviously low-key, where we just seek letters of support from the university and schools and whatnot. Or there's my option, which I would like to pursue, and that's actually engage with the community, show them the good work we've done. For many years, we started these designs and conversations back in 2019. I think now is the time to actually build some excitement, show the community what we've got, see if they're on board, and use that information that we garner through the community engagement phase to boost our applications to the state and federal government. That's certainly what I would like to do as councillor in this council term. And this, actually at the moment, this remains number one project now that we've got the Stringy Bark Road Bridge all but delivered. So would love to see us work further on that. You know, Madam Acting CEO, if you could just in the transfer to the new CEO, please just reaffirm that hopefully the decision we make here today will get us that money for that community engagement, and the fact that, you know, this remains Council's number one new library project in our strategy, in our library strategy, and it's also recognised in the environment and livability strategy. So we've got the work, we are shovel ready, we need more funding from external parties, but we've also got a bit of work to do with the community on the engagement. Other than that, I'm accepting of the deferrals. I understand why we need to do it, and the fact is you can't just have lazy money sitting around if it's not being spent on projects. We need to consolidate. Been through this for many hours in budget meetings, fully understand where we are and have to accept that some projects will need to be deferred but not cancelled.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon, and I'm happy to support that community engagement moving forward as we go through the processes. So thank you. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, last year we got caught out with an election that we didn't have a budget review that should have helped us better arrange our finances leading into this financial year. For the last 5 years, both Councillor Hungerford and myself have been very critical about the high capital works program that we've had. We've had our foot on an accelerator, and we kept raising this thing that we were probably living beyond what I thought was a reasonable level, a comfort level of capital works. And it's ambitious. We're a growing community. We want infrastructure. All of us want to have the nice things in our community, but sometimes it comes at a cost. And we went through COVID, and then all of a sudden, COVID brought about a massive spiral in cost. And instead of pulling right back, we just kept going with our foot on accelerator. And the capital works programs actually grew, to my surprise. And I think now what I'm seeing is our foot is coming off the accelerator and putting on the brakes. And, you know, it's an uncomfortable process that we have to go through to try and make these adjustments. It's a massive issue for local governments all over the country, as Councillor Hungerford said. The revenues for local government, from support from federal and state governments, have declined over the decades. And if we don't address revenue, then we are not going to be able to continue to grow and build the infrastructure that we need for our community. We will have to take a lesser standard at some point if that doesn't happen, because sustainability is really about being able to afford what we have. The more we have to borrow, the more we have to find money to pay the interest. It adds on to the operational budget. The problems just keep cascading. So I hope the federal government understands that the review that's currently been undertaken in terms of sustainability of local government needs to be taken seriously. The warning signs are all around this country that local governments will start to fail unless revenue and long-term commitments in terms of helping us be able to manage our finances and our ability to grow. You then add another layer of complexity of that is population shifts. And we are the fastest growing region in this country. And that pressure is enormous. And so I say to you, councillors, yes, we're doing this, but I think in the last 5 years, I've personally felt very uncomfortable at the pace that we've currently tried to keep our capital works budgets. I understand that it does have impact on our work staff, but we've got to make some tough decisions, and I think that the time has come that we've really got to seriously consider what we're doing, and if we've got to make those tough decisions, then we've got to make them.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Bunnag.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr Costello, through you, Madam Mayor, I've just got a couple of questions that hopefully might assist the community in understanding some aspects of Budget Review 2. I'd like to start on the first aspect, which is around the capital deferrals of $53 million that was referred to, and why we're doing that, and the relationship between the project deferrals. You made reference to the fact it doesn't impact our bottom line in terms of an operating result, which is correct, but why we're doing it from a cash position.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. That deferral process through Budget Review 1 was, in essence, twofold. Firstly, it looked at, to a degree, our deliverability, our capacity to deliver, particularly in the constrained environment that we have had both for physical and material resources. And then secondfold, importantly, our cash. So in relation to our cash, I mentioned earlier about our unrestricted cash balance. Our cash balance for this budget review is proposed to be just under $51 million of unrestricted. Ideally, that should be sitting at around about $78 million plus. So the deferrals of those projects assist in, on paper, freeing up cash, but also, again, matching up with our deliverability of the capital program, such that we overcommit or emphasise on our financial statements for capital delivery, and then it shows that our cash is being reduced. So you in essence, reduce capital program, increase cash, and by doing so through that Budget Review 1 and then with the details in Budget Review 2, what that then does is it boosts up our unrestricted cash as well as some of our restricted cash as well, our total cash, but particularly our unrestricted cash to move towards getting that to having 2 months of cash cover.
Thank you. Mr Costello, through you, Madam Mayor, just another question this time in terms of the operating result, separate from the capital works program. So to go back a step, we were forecasting at Budget Review 1 to have an operating result of $21.69 million. So for community's sake, that's basically a surplus in terms of our operational expenditure. That's right?
Madam Mayor, the operating result target should be around about $35 million. That $35 million, again, there are some nuances around it, but simplistically, to pay back our debt, around about $13 million of our debt redemption, to then contribute to our capital works program for our LGIP, for our developer contributions, where the split between developers and general rates is 70%, 30%. So that's around about $12 million. And then we collect an environment levy, around about $13.5 million of revenue for the environment levy. Around about $3 million of that we put aside for purchase of environment land. So to say we have an operating result of $21.7 million as a surplus, it is not. Our balanced position ideally should be around about $34 to $35 million, which will then allow our cash to be maintained or increased.
Thank you. Perhaps surplus wasn't the right word in terms of not allocated towards expenditure as part of the operating expense. So thank you for that clarification. The question and comments that Councillor Hungerford made around some savings that were forecast. So if we go through the previous budget papers on a month-to-month, there was reference made to $14.7 million worth of efficiencies, which was baked into the operating result. To clarify Councillor Hungerford's comments, we're now bringing that down to $4.8 million in efficiency savings through this process. Is that right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll break that up into two components. So the $14.7 million is made up of $9.7 million of vacancy rate and then $5 million of other initiatives. So those other initiatives were put in as negatives into the budget. So the $9.7 million for the vacancy rate is being proposed to reduce that by $1.6 million. So therefore, there is still $8.1 million of vacancy rate that would sit within the budget. And then the other component of around about $5 million of other savings initiatives, and they are listed as organisation review, quarry review, fleet reduction, parking fees, property branch alignment. That is proposed to be reduced by around about $3 and a bit million. So then the net outcome out of that will be that $14.7 million made up of $9.7 million for the vacancy rates, now reduced to $8.1 million, and then the balance of $5 million for other initiatives, savings initiatives, has been reduced to around about $1.5 million. So the 14.7 that was in there originally comes down to around about $9.5 million.
Thank you. I understand. Just wanted to share that with the community so that they understand the change in terms of our operating result and why that has happened to an extent. I guess to make comments now and speak to the budget review, I think this is the budget review that we kind of had to have. It's a bit of a reality check, so to speak. I don't think it's appropriate to reflect and lay blame at anyone's feet. Defeat has... victory has 1,000 fathers, defeats an orphan, so to speak. So this is on all of us to get right going into the future. One of the things that I would say is that I did seek some advice as to whether we should be going harder. My strong sense is that come BR3, I don't think it's going to be better news. I think the decisions that we'll be making at that time will get more difficult, and the runway for us to be able to make those decisions will be shorter. That's just the reality, but voting against this budget review would put us in a position that's not tenable. So I don't really see another opportunity or option other than to vote for this on the basis that we have to have some budget repair as it currently is at this point in time. There will be an opportunity for more discussion on this, I'm sure, as we develop our 25 and 26 financial year budget and also BR3. So from my perspective, I think it's important that the community understands why we're doing this. I think it's important that people in our organisation understand why we're doing this, and this is because we can't deliver services, we can't deliver projects if we don't have cash, and we can't do that without having long-term financial sustainability. It certainly hurts in terms of some of the projects that have been deferred. I feel Councillor Dixon's pain with respect to the Sippy Downs Library, but there is a Sippy Downs Library story to a lesser extent throughout every division. In my division in Ocean Street, those works will be deferred until next financial year on account of the fact that we're simply not in a shovel-ready position from a procurement perspective. That story will be right across the region, but it's like most household budgets, as Councillor Hungerford has said, to some extent. It's much easier for households to control their expenditure in certain ways and also what they spend on projects. From a council perspective, there are not a whole lot of levers that can be pulled at this stage, and I think it's right and proper that we give the ELT and the new CEO the opportunity to do that as we go down the budget review process. So it's not all good news, but I think we're in a realistic position and it's important that the community understands where we're at.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnig. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions for clarification, Michael. The waste levy budget not captured in the original budget. Can you please help me understand that change, like why it wasn't captured in the original budget? What the revenue is that the levy that we collect on our rates, and why it wasn't captured?
Through you, Madam Mayor. As mentioned, the waste levy components of revenue and expenses as at now, $8.9 million revenue, $8.2 million expenses proposed to come into the budget. So revenue to go up by 8.9, expenses 8.2. For the original budget, those figures were around about the same. So there was no bottom line impact to the original budget. But in the work leading up into the budget, the reconciliation between the waste management team and the waste model through to the original budget, those figures were not picked up. Again, the bottom line impact was nil. So, but the original budget showed revenue that was $8 and a bit million less than what it should have been, and it showed expense that was $8 and a bit million less than what it should have been. Again, for the operating result, no impact. As of right now, there is a favourable impact of $700,000. So we're putting systems and processes in place to ensure that that doesn't occur again.
Okay, thank you. That was going to be my second question. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Burns.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Michael, for the report. I do rise, and very similar to Councillor Bunnag, it's the thing we have to do, and none of us actually want to do it. I probably would like to just speak briefly to the deferral that is seen for Sunshine Coast Stadium. It's important to note that Council has committed significant time and money already into ensuring that we're a good delivery partner for the Brisbane 32 Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. The deferral of those funds are basically a requirement because under the previous state government, there was a slowness or a tardiness to actually release the project out and award a tender, and as a result, it had to be paused. We've now been hit also by the new state government's 100-day review, which follows the 60-day review that was conducted last year by the former state government. What that means for us as a Sunshine Coast Council is, while we've been committed and we've acted on good faith because the state governments of the time have led us to believe that we were moving forward and progressing with vital Olympic infrastructure, well, that will provide a significant community sporting benefit for the long term and in the short term when those things get started. We've had to defer, but at the same time, that also means we've had a hit financially as a council because we've already done work such as being prepared to leave the stadium so it could start the demolish process to begin a build process that's now no longer going to happen till more likely, hopefully, all things going well, later next year. That costs us. And so sometimes in these decision makings, it is matters that we may have been able to foresee and taken steps earlier to curtail. Others of these things have actually been thrust upon us, but not because we've actually had significant control over the actions or the machinations of other actors. And so I want to just reiterate that this council is committed to working as a really collaborative partner in the Brisbane 32 Olympic and Paralympic Games with our state and federal colleagues. And we recognise that the ongoing benefit for our community will be significant when we see these pieces of infrastructure that have been promised delivered in the spaces that they've been really reviewed in multiple occasions now. And so while this is a pain for the short term, I think the legacy in the long term in regards to that Kuluin infrastructure that is noted in one of the deferrals for this budget review will only serve our community well into the future. So alongside my colleagues, that these are tough decisions. I do tend to agree with Councillor Bunnag that we've actually we've got more decisions to make and potentially that will be more difficult again in the early new year. But bearing in mind we've started the process, and I just appreciate the work of the executive team and the acting CEO in supporting this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Michael and Sharon, for all the work that you've done. And just as Ted said, thank you for the additional time that you spent with us yesterday as we were going through lots of these numbers and lots of questions for you, so thank you for that explanation. Did wear a Christmas dress today in the hope that I'd feel more excited about the numbers, but didn't work. Ditto. Thank you to all of the councillors for your questions and comments too. This review is about finding the most efficient way for us to be financially sustainable and responsible for our council. and for our community. This includes prioritising our operational and capital expenditures, like we've spoken about, and finding the most efficient way for us to do that. And as a council, we are fully aware that we need to really understand what our priorities are so that we can continue to deliver the services that our community expects and deserves. We'd also like to use this opportunity as well just to acknowledge the work that council does and some of the great stuff that we have here, because I would like to say that in so many areas our council is punching above its weight. So what I mean by that is that we take on additional services and provide support in areas that should be taken up by other levels of government. So I'm really grateful that we were able to have the Local Government Association of Queensland come and speak with us today, who are helping and continuing to advocate for us as well. I just wanted to put that out there because we're punching above our weight and providing those services because we care for our community. This is how we got here in the first place. I also think now is a good time just to let the community know as well, and I know we've spoken already this morning about the need to simplify and be able to explain to the community, like Ted started doing today, about what these reports actually mean and what's happening with your rates. It's simplifying the process so that you can look at it at a glance and know what's going on. It's also a great opportunity to let the community know that all the rates that come in contribute to about 1/3 of the expenses that we have as a council of a whole. So all of the things that we're delivering don't come solely from our rates. We have to have support from external levels of government and grants. Just like you fill them out for community grants, we fill them out on behalf of council as well to ensure that we're getting the funding that we need to. So just thought I'd use that as an opportunity to let the community know that's what's happening and that's where our money comes from. No one's happy with these figures. However, as we spoke about, I'm prepared to trust the process and look forward to going through both our BR3, which Councillor Banag very capably reminded us that is going to hurt. This hurts. But we have some very real and very uncomfortable work to do. And I agree with Councillor Ted in that we are and need to be proactive in reviewing where we're at consistently, which is what we're doing now. And that's what we'll be doing in Budget 3 and Budget Review 3, and also as we look towards the budget for next year. So yes, I'm okay with the intent and process like we talked about. The figures don't say what we want them to say, but we have to make this work. We need to be responsible stewards of our residents' money, and that's what a review is for. We're working toward achieving a sustainable and thriving economy with our community. So thank you to the team who've presented. I know it's been a lot of work, and thank you for taking all our questions on board. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillors, as others have said, this is not easy, it hurts, but it is responsible. And I'll now put the motion to the vote. Oh, Councillor Hungerford, sorry, would you like to close? You would? Okay, thank you. I do apologise.
You're right, no worries. I'd like to thank my fellow councillors for their input and questions today, and the Chief Financial Officer for answering those very clearly and precisely and clarifying things very well so that people listening to this today can have an understanding of what we're facing. Because what we're facing here is substantial headwinds. We're alert, we're focused, and we're being proactive. And if we do that constructively, we'll come through this okay. And we'll take this thing out of what ratepayers could face into the future, and that's what we're doing. We're constantly looking at what we can reasonably deliver at certain periods of time that the community can afford. Because we do know they're suffering out there, the cost of living is biting, everyone is, and hopefully the high inflation environment will abate into 25 and 26, take this heat out of the economy we have at the moment. But we've got to deal with what's in front of us, and we have to do that responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillors, I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, team. Thank you, Mr Costello, Ms Dunbar. We now welcome Mr Thornton to introduce item 8.6. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, and greetings to all the councillors, ELT and the community. Presenting to you the meeting of the 25th of November, the Audit Committee meeting. The minutes are attached and I'll take the paper as read. And any questions?
Thank you, Mr Thornton. Councillors, does anyone have a question? No. Okay. Can I have a mover for this, Councillor Broderick, and a seconder, Councillor Hungerford? Okay. Councillor Broderick, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Tom, and through you, Madam Mayor. Just to say that I've enjoyed being part of the Audit Committee this year, and this was a great report, actually. For those of you who haven't had a chance to read it yet, I'd suggest that you do, because it's the end-of-year audit report where we've got all of those reports from the different areas of council in there as well, and what they've achieved, and some of it is really significant and it's awesome. So thank you for your work on the Audit Committee, Tom, and I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford.
Echo those thoughts. This is my second term being on the Audit Committee, and you'll notice if you go through the agenda items there, unanimous all the time. I'd like to say I enjoy the committee because the councillors, the councillor representatives and the independent members work together so well. And it's just a pleasure to work our way through things. Things are brought up every now and then to look at concerns for the future, and the areas of staff, the different areas of council, how positive they respond and come in on those queries at the next meeting. So it's working very well, and I do enjoy very much my time on the Audit Committee because it's very eye-opening. Especially when you've got those independent members, they've got a different view and outlook on things, and they come from the private sector as well. So I find their input very enlightening as to broadening my view on how we govern in council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to draw something out that I noticed in the People and Wellbeing, Health and Safety section of the Audit Committee, which was a 37% decrease in lost time injuries and frequency rates, which I think is a great reflection on the organisation, and it shows that we are taking safety very seriously, and I'd like to thank the teams involved for that. Concerningly, there was a 78% increase in the severity rate, which to me says that when people are getting injured, they're getting more severely injured than previously. And I guess it's a timely reminder, as we go into Christmas, people are rushed, people are, their minds are elsewhere. And I just want to encourage our staff, our contractors, please just take care. Do the work that you're asked to do, but take your time to do it in a way that's safe, practical, and make sure you get home. We want people to be able to get home over Christmas. I know there's a lot of pressures going on, but ultimately, people going home safely is our most important thing from our workforce perspective. So I just want to thank the Audit Committee for drawing that information out for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag, for those sentiments. Absolutely. Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? I'll ask you, seeing as I didn't ask on the item previously.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Only to say that everybody's invited, all the councillors invited to the Audit Committee. So if you want to catch up on all these awesome reports, next year is open. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Broderick. I'm sure you'll have people taking you up on that offer. Many, as we know that they are very interested in that. Okay. Councillors, I'll now put that motion to the vote. Those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to item 8.7. Mr Thornton is staying here to answer any questions.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. So the term of one of our three independent members of the Sunshine Coast Audit Committee's term concludes on the 31st of December 2024. As per the Audit Committee Charter, Section 4, I believe, there's a process to appoint any independent external members, and they're appointed through that process. That process has been undertaken and is summarised in the confidential report. So I'll just take councillors through to the officer recommendation and take any questions.
Thank you, Mr Thornton. Councillors, again, we're taking this item as read, noting there is a confidential attachment. Can I have a mover, Councillor Broderick, and a seconder, Councillor Hungerford? Thank you, councillors. Are there any questions? Councillor Broderick, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Tom. Seeing as names and all sorts of things are confidential in here until we agree, it's absolutely something I would recommend to our colleagues today. That's all I've got to say about that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Broderick. Just confirming. Thank you. And I'm assuming you don't wish to close, but I will make that offer. No? Okay. Councillors, noting the confidentiality of the attachment and as what has already gone before us today, I will now put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. And those details will be made public once we are able to have that public information made available, and we will seek to do that once. That's right, once it is executed. So thank you in terms of the document. Thank you. Thanks, Mr Thornton. We welcome now Ms Burden to present item 8.8, and thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Through you, Madam Mayor. On the 28th of August this year, the state government amended the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008. The legislation introduced consistent statewide effective animal control provisions, including increased penalties for general off-leash offences. And previously, these provisions were contained within local laws. Council's local laws are subordinate statutory instruments, and where there are inconsistencies between state laws, state legislation, the state laws prevail. This amendment today that's being proposed for local law number 2, animal management, makes the changes required to remove the inconsistencies between the state law and the local law. The proposed amendment removes redundant provisions and includes new references to the provisions in the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008, including a new category called prohibited dogs. All the amendments are included in attachment 1 to the report. It should be noted that these amendments are purely administrative in nature and does not require public consultation. Completion of the local law-making process will be undertaken once adopted, and this includes publishing in the Government Gazette and forwarding a copy to the Minister. It's being recommended that Council adopt the Amendment Local Law Number 1, Animal Management 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, someone to move the item? Councillor Broderick. Seconded. Councillor Hungerford. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Broderick, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I don't have too many questions on this one, but Gina, I want to thank you for the work that you've done on this one and the next one as well. And I might leave it open for everyone else. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, fully supportive of the officer's recommendation, obviously to align with state government policies and obviously these inclusions. And I just wanted to ask a question, just going back previous term of council, the process that it makes a comment in here around streamlining the process for destruction of dangerous dogs or dogs that have actually been involved in, serious attack, and I know we did go through a protracted process. Is there a comment you'd like to make about that, please, and what the changes would mean for that?
Thank you. Over to the Acting CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Ellsberg, for the question. And through you, Madam Mayor, I'm actually going to refer to Shanna Jacobs, who is just walking towards the microphone now to take that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the state made changes within the Animal Management Act in relation to decisions around where a dog which is dangerous may be destroyed. Those changes relate to a couple of areas. So one is in relation to rights of appeal. So it has maintained a person's right of appeal if council places a destruction order on a dog, but what it does is limit those rights of appeal to a matter of law. Historically, unfortunately, what we've seen is lengthy appeal processes mean that dogs are held in an animal pound for periods of up to 2 years, and I know from other councils sometimes that's been as long as 5 years before the matter is resolved, which isn't a reasonable way to treat an animal through an administrative process. So the purpose of the change is to streamline the decision through the Queensland Civil and Administrative Tribunal. The second component to the changes is the state government have provided more clear guidance around their expectation of when a dog which has been declared dangerous reoffends and attacks or kills another animal or attacks or kills a person a second time. It has enhanced the expectation that council would automatically place a destruction order on that animal. The focus of the changes from the state government are very much explained to be around improving community safety around animals, given a number of quite serious attacks which have occurred across Queensland over the last 12 to 18 months.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation, because as a councillor that's actually witnessed some severe attacks in our division, and as well as the changes that we're obviously looking across our region for improving our social behaviour and obviously our dog owners complying with. I think this is a great step forward. And obviously the recent increase in the off-leash dog fine that the state's implemented as well, that we have to obviously roll out across the region. Fully supportive, and just to understand obviously the state's process around this, because I think they need to do more for us in terms of regulating these dangerous dogs. And I think there'll be more work in as we roll out the process of our dog exercise area and those off-leash areas that we'll discuss in the future. It'll make for some interesting discussions obviously next year, but thank you for the report and fully supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also thank the officers for bringing this to the council. And whilst the alterations and making of bylaws falls within the responsibility of Councillors Hungerford and Councillor Jenny, the day-to-day operation and falls under service excellence, and which is Christian and I. And this is something that we're very pleased to see has come to pass, because we have had some really serious situations in the past, and they have gone on for years at huge cost to council. And in the end, what is intended with this legislation or this bylaw was actually the end result. But it's a huge cost to ratepayers, and I'm very pleased, as is Councillor Dixon, that this is being presented today, and I encourage everybody to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Hungerford.
As was explained, this is formalising laws, because there's no use having it different to theirs, because theirs is superior to ours. Ours are no longer relevant. But what I was going to say with this, I am very supportive of the changes the state government's made to the dog management. Being the recipient of my dog being attacked and ripped apart in front of me while I was walking on a lead, I'm very appreciative of the state coming in and making it Queensland-wide, toughening it up, because that sort of thing's just not acceptable in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Anyone else to speak? No. Councillor Broderick to close? No. Okay. Councillors, I'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 8.9.
You, Madam Mayor. On the 14th of December 2023, which was just about a year ago, Council amended the animal access areas at Point Cartwright. At this meeting, the resolution allowed for a temporary timed dog off leash area at the area known as Carty's Beach until the 30th of June 2025 as an interim measure. This temporary arrangement was proposed to be in place until the 30th of June 2025 to provide sufficient time for council officers to undertake, complete and report back to council on a region-wide proposed dog exercise area plan and associated blueprint. This plan is intended to guide current and future location and availability of dog exercise areas across the region. Councillors were recently informed of the progress and anticipated timelines for this project. The expected completion of this project extends beyond the current expiration date of the 30th of June 2025. It's therefore being recommended that the timed dog off-leash area be extended for a further 12 months, allowing for the regional dog exercise area plan and network blueprint to be presented to Council. The purpose of this report before Council is to make the minor amendment to the Subordinate Local Law No. 2 Animal Management in order to give effect to the extension of time to the 30th of June 2026. Community consultation has not been undertaken regarding this proposed amendment, as this is not a review of the local law. It is a procedural change and there are no substantive changes affecting the rights or obligations of any member of the public. It's important to note that the substance of the original council decision is not being changed. Completion of the local lawmaking process, including gazettal and providing a copy to the Minister, will be undertaken should Council resolve to adopt the proposed amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, would someone like to move this item? Councillor Hungerford. Seconder, Councillor Bunnag. Thank you. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to support this today. I did not support the original decision and went through there, and this doesn't change that at all, as has been stated before. Because that work is still going on for the dog exercise area plan, it's currently underway and will not be completed before the expiry date for the current off-dog leash area at Carty's Beach. So this is recommending that that be extended for a further 12 months, extending to the current expiry date of the 30th of June 2026, and I'm quite happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Dixon.
Madam Mayor, like Councillor Hungerford, I didn't support the previous decision around Point Cartwright through the master plan and the local law endorsement. However, I will support this today because I acknowledge there's a body of work that's being undertaken and rightfully there's been a request to extend the current state of play, and I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a common sense amendment which has been necessary, and I encourage all councillors to vote for it. I'd just like to say animal control, the management of animal control is one of the more dangerous occupations of council officers, and I would encourage all owners of dogs to observe the regulations and rules, and also when dogs do get aggressive or owners get aggressive, I ask them to consider that the owners and the other public members to consider that council officers are just doing their job, and it's no need for aggression and anger. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise as well to support this recommendation. I know it's a very sensitive issue in our community, and as we move forward with off-leash areas, areas are becoming more constrained, and I feel that there's a definite need to revisit this decision into the future, and obviously we will look at that after we roll out the final outcomes of the regional dog exercise area project. Just one thing I would like to highlight is that we did have a data acquisition camera located on site at Ballinger Beach. A lot of the data that was collected there, there was some doubling up of some of the measurements or collection of the data, and I would like to request that we actually look at that again, because I think it's significant, as Ballinger Beach has been hugely impacted by the changes at Point Cartwright, and we spoke about that in depth in the previous report when it came to council in the previous term. So I just wanted to park that for council staff to look at in the future, but fully supportive and well done on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It'd be no surprise to councillors to know that I personally don't support this, but I do understand that at the time that we did make a commitment that we would have a comprehensive region-wide strategy in place when the time was up. And I know that many of you probably have received emails like I have from residents who are concerned about us extending this by another 12 months. And I can assure you that I will support this today, but there is only one extension. I will not support any further extension. I also encourage that those people who do the wrong thing to know that I will be on a pathway to make sure that those dog owners who do the wrong thing face the consequences. I'm tired of picking up other people's poo bags that have been dropped. I'm tired of seeing dogs' poos that have just been allowed and they didn't even bother to pick them up. People can carry those. People who own dogs have responsibilities, and it annoys me when we make decisions like we did last year. There were still people who chose to walk their dogs in a restricted, prohibited area at Point Cartwright, blatantly ignoring the local law. And I'm sorry for those people. I have absolutely no concern about them being imposed with an $830 fine, as the state government brought in. Because it's important. We live in a community. We have responsibilities. I am a dog owner, and I take that responsibility seriously. But I hate it when others who have the same privilege as I to own a dog and be able to take that dog out in public and ignore and disrespect everybody else that has to walk past and see that they're not doing the right thing. So as much as it pains me to support this today, I will, but I will not support a further extension beyond this.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to support this today. This is not about whether it's pro-dog, anti-dog. I think this is actually pro-common sense. In the original motion this time, around about this time last year, the Chief Executive Officer plans to undertake, complete and report back to Council before the 30th of June 2025 on a proposed region-wide dog exercise area plan and associated network blueprint. The reality is that's just not going to happen. We'll be in a position to go out to the community early next year. We said in the original motion, or the previous council said in the original motion, that a blueprint would be ready by a particular time. We know for a variety of reasons that that's not going to happen. It's right and proper for us to provide an extension of time to allow people to look at this proposal holistically. I think it's important for trust and accountability in organisations that when the goalposts changed that we let people in the community know about it. I recently had the opportunity to participate and take in some work that the Stanley Institute had done about social mapping and cohesion. And it talked about the fact that trust and respect for governments of all levels is at all-time lows. I think we can start restoring that trust, whether you're a dog owner or not a dog owner, by being realistic and saying, this isn't going to happen as we'd first hoped it would. We're now having an opportunity to revisit it and give people the appropriate time to consider what offerings will be available as part of a region-wide blueprint. So I appreciate the intent, I appreciate the effort that's gone into it, and I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I only have a quick question. So assuming that, or if the regional dog exercise plan comes out prior to June 25, just so people are aware, what happens to this? Does it override it?
Through you, Mayor, no, it wouldn't. It'd be in place until unless council made another decision to change it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I remember a year ago the discussion and debate around the master plan for this area, the plan that set the direction for this area well into the future. That included removing animals, specifically removing dogs, from the area due to the environmental impact people and dogs were having on this incredibly important environmental space. And at that time, when it was agreed to allow a temporary, that means not forever, it means temporary, dog off-leash area in this very sensitive space, it, for me, was distressing, and it was extremely unfortunate that it happened. And here we are 12 months on, extending that very temporary arrangement. So I think I've got an uphill battle, but I urge you to reconsider what those of you who've already spoken, that we have this temporary arrangement in place and we should not change it, because I think we have the capacity and ability to do two things at once. I think we can continue with the master plan, and I think we can also develop a new plan for the dog exercise area and the blueprint that is work in progress and on the way. But I am certain that we have the ability to do more than one thing at a time. So the existing temporary law that concludes at the end of June next year needs to remain in place so that as soon as possible, dogs will be off this piece of very sensitive land and very sensitive area, and the area can start to recover. Earlier today, we heard about our biodiversity report. And we heard in there that we've got 67 threatened animals and 66 threatened flora. And a lot of those exist in this very space. The area is going backwards very quickly. The work we did a year ago started the process to protect it. It's now a requirement of us to make sure that protection happens next year, not another year's time. Because in another year's time, maybe we'll come up with something else that says, oh, dearie me, we need to extend it a little bit more. That is too great a risk. And it's too great a risk because of what we've already heard today. So I urge you, in the next few minutes that we have, to reconsider and think about the environment, think about the hard-fought battle of 12 months ago, and protect Point Cartwright, as we intended to do, as of June next year. So I'm not supporting this today. Councillor Joe, I urge you to support, not to support this. No. I urge everyone to change what they have said so far to protect the environment. We have got the most kilometres of dog off-leash area than any other South East Queensland region. And we've got 46 kilometres of beach where you can take your dog on a leash. And we've got a very good plan in the making. So please remember, we have the ability to do more than one thing at a time, and we need to maintain and continue with our commitment to protect Point Cartwright as of the 30th of June next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, I rise to speak to this motion. It is indeed a sensitive issue, but this is an extension of time, an extension of common sense. During the development of the Regional Dog Exercise Area Plan and Network Blueprint, all current and future dog on and off-leash proposed sites on the Sunshine Coast are being considered. Further community consultation will also be undertaken to listen to community views on proposed sites. This will occur next year. Therefore, I urge you to support the extension of the timed off-leash area at Carty's Beach to ensure there is sufficient time for the development of the Regional Dog Exercise Area Plan and Network Blueprint and proper community consultation. Not to do so would be disingenuous. This allows Council to consider the issue from a broader regional perspective, and it's fair. As I have previously committed, Point Cartwright will be considered as part of a region-wide plan where all on and off-leash areas will be mapped and counted, allowing planning for our future. That work is ongoing, and it is to develop the Regional Dog Exercise Area Plan and Network Blueprint, just to be totally clear. So I look forward to that ongoing work, to the development and the consultation on that plan. And colleagues, therefore, I commend this motion to you. So, Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? Sorry, Hungerford, it was Hungerford. Would you like to close? You two are interchangeable at some of these particular ones, so I apologise.
You're right, we're trying to take turns.
Yes, I know, you're taking turns. Thanks.
Look, councillors have all got different opinions on this. We had a lot of debate on it at the time, and we haven't got that work finished yet. So I'll say the extra 12 months and we'll look at the dog management plan and the exercise area plan that we're working on and how that takes us into the future, because it's not just here. We've got these issues right across the region, so we've got to look at how we can accommodate for both uses for those with the recreational areas for their dogs, as well as protecting other aspects. So it is difficult, and there's no one-size-fits-all to this. It's quite a complex problem, so I think the extra 12 months here would be much appreciated by the dog owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. My apologies again. Okay, we'll now put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Johnston, Dixon, Hungerford, Bunnag, Suarez, and Mann. Oh, sorry, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Natoli, Mayor Natoli. Those against? Councillor Natoli, Councillor Suarez, Councillor Law. The motion is carried. Thank you. Councillors, just deciding whether we continue or have a break at this point. Have a break? Nearly there. Okay. We're going to continue. Thank you. We move on to item 8.10 and welcome Mr. Pryor.
Thank you through the chair. This report has been submitted to seek an exception in accordance with Local Government Regulation 2012. The exception will seek to allow council to dispose of land by way of lease, other than by tender or auction, for various community and sporting organisations who have requested long-term lease proposals. 6 organisations have requested an exemption from council's short-term tenure options by submitting the required business case for assessment. Council is trustee of each of the sites under consideration, and the 6 organisations who have submitted a business case during 2024 include the Maroochydore Beach Bowls Club at Memorial Drive, Maroochydore, the Mullaney Arts Craft Group at the Mullaney Showgrounds, the Caloundra Arts Centre Association in North Street, Caloundra, the Maroochydore Eagles Basketball Association in Elizabeth Way in Buderim, the Dicky Beach Surf Lifesaving Club in Coochin Street, Dicky Beach, and the Kulangoor Surf Lifesaving Club in Pacific Boulevard, Dodina. In line with Council's community groups occupying council-owned or council-controlled land and/or infrastructure policy, the organisations have submitted the required business plans for consideration. In considering long-term tenure, officers consider the history and specific need for long-term tenure, past or proposed investment in the built form assets, current and future building condition, financial and operational security, local community demand, and the need for services along with the group's activation. The Maroochydore Beach Bowls Club have held a lease with the state government over the main clubroom facility, and council has a lease with them over the greens and storage shed. The state government have issued a 30-year lease to the club over its main clubroom facility, and the Bowls Club are seeking to align their tenure with council. Officers are supportive of the request as the infrastructure being leased is not significant in its structure and is in good condition, limiting council's risk and financial operation requirements over the 30-year period, and the club has a good demonstrated history of investment and maintenance of the facility and grounds. The Mullaney Arts and Craft Group, located within the Mullaney Showground precinct, currently hold tender over an arts building at this location. Officers support a 10-year lease being granted, as it will align with the management agreement offered to the Show Society. The built infrastructure is in good condition, and council's financial and operational risks with the group show a high standard of maintenance and investment in the facility. The Caloundra Arts Centre Association hold a lease with council until the end of December 2025 and have requested a 30-year lease to support a proposed investment and redevelopment case. Officers are supportive of granting a 30-year lease, subject to funding being approved and the redevelopment taking place, as the association has operated from the premises for 50 years, the potential to secure existing funding from the outside of council for the redevelopment, the lease being a ground lease, which limits council's financial implications, and the association's demonstrated high standard of maintenance. The Maroochydore Eagles Basketball Association is seeking a 30-year lease over additional land to support an expansion of the facility and the development of indoor sports courts. Officers support the 30-year request for lease, given the club's 40-year history at the venue. It will be subject to grant funding and redevelopment occurring. The externally funded expansion will add 3 indoor sports courts to the area, and the lease is a ground lease, which limits council's financial risk over the term. The Dicky Beach Surf Lifesaving Club operates on land restricted for local government surf lifesaving and no other purpose. Council's proposing a 10-year ground lease be granted, given the club's established presence since 1976. It would consolidate multiple agreements at the site. The ground lease being issued limits council's financial implications and the surf club's cooperation with council in providing life-saving patrol services. The Kulangoor Surf Lifesaving Club operates on land for local government park and life-saving purposes. Council's proposed 10-year ground lease will be issued to support the current refurbishment and investment in the current facility. A ground lease being issued limits council's financial implications, and the club's cooperation with council in providing life-saving patrol services will be continued. On the basis that there is broad interdepartmental support for the proposal, it is recommended that council grant exceptions to dispose by way of lease, other than by auction or tender, to the 6 sporting and community organisations outlined in this report. An exception is applicable in this instance as these organisations are either the existing tenant of the land or comply with the community organisation provisions under the local government regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Pryor. Councillors, would someone like to move this item? Councillor Bunnag, seconded Councillor Dixon. Councillor Bunnag.
Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr Pryor, for your report. Really appreciate it. As part of our refreshed community strategy, we heard from the community around the priorities that they have in our community spaces and facilities. And one of those was around the upgraded and additional community facilities to meet the needs of our growing and diverse population. And as part of the refreshed community strategy, we also talked about the fact that council can't do this alone. We have to do it in partnership with community groups and a range of other organisations. And these lease arrangements that are being recommended today as part of this report are reflective of council's commitment to helping in different ways these community organisations who provide such a vast range of services and supports to our community that council just can't reimagine on our own. So I won't talk in detail about each of the proposals because I know that some of the divisional councillors are lining up to have that conversation. But what I will say is that what is recommended here today is reflective of council's commitment to each of these organisations, along with our community facilities and spaces for people to use right across the Sunshine Coast. So I commend this to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, of course, I rise. You were a little bit quick on the button, both Councillor Christian and Taylor as well. I'll have to get practice, actually. I was actually going to use the bell today, but I just wanted to ring that. Obviously, I rise, and there's some wonderful stories behind each of these organisations up here for extensions for Lease today, and an absolute commitment to our community with obviously business cases and what they provide in terms of community members. Obviously, Dicky Beach Surf Lifesaving Club, a wonderful facility that continues to provide life-saving activities. It is a very busy space. I mean, we have an extremely growing population and a very busy coastal pathway straight past their front door. And when you're going through there on a Saturday or especially a Sunday morning when all the nippers are out there and they're running through the process of pre-training, briefs and then getting them ready and taking all their equipment, and there's trailers and tractors, it's an area that I think we really need to look at because for safety for our community. It's been raised quite a few times from the members there, so I look forward to obviously officers that we can it may need a realignment of the coastal pathway, or there may be other ways that we can try and protect that access to the beach from the Surf Lifesaving Club. So a great outcome there as well. The other club I just want to touch on as well is the Caloundra Arts Centre Association. And look, the club, obviously we've just seen that they've been on that location or on that site for 50 years. And it's been, when you look at old historical images of Caloundra, it's one of the first buildings built on North Street. And it has absolutely served that community in Caloundra for decades. And it's a credit to ongoing community members on those panels that have continued to keep that club up and running. And just to touch on the work that they've done to get to today, and obviously the request in regards to their business case, but also the development application that was approved earlier this year. And they've been so transparent in the process of what they are achieving and even sharing, you know, their account transactions over the last 5 years and the money that they've spent in regards to for the new development for the front of their building. A lot of the hoops that they had to jump through in regards to the design of the front of that building, that it has to be a removable structure. And it's a full credit to obviously the existing committee, but also the past committees that have been on a long journey for that as well. And also their financial responsibility. For a club that operates, and they have around 24 different individual groups that share that building, and the fundraising that they've actually attributed to over $500,000 in savings towards what they want to build in the future. For a club on the coast, that is amazing, and I just wanted to put that out in the public and thank them for that collaboration between all those groups. That is an absolute perfect explanation, and it represents how we look at multi-use facilities on the Sunshine Coast. So I look forward to support from my fellow councillors, and thank you for all the work that the team have done, Mr Pryor, to lead up to obviously these multiple lease agreements up here for council recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Dixon.
You, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I just want to thank Lee Pryor, Kay Bennett and Rebecca Urquhart for all of your support, particularly around the Division 6 transaction, which we're looking at, the Clippers basketball stadium, the Eagles. You know, that has been a long project we've been working on. For those who remember last Friday, we were actually there in Budrum meeting at the centre, and at that time there were a vast amount of young people out on the courts, and shows me that they were running at a bit of capacity for their training there. The club have got a goal to move to an additional 3 courts, which is fantastic. Back in 2017, our council actually started working with them to build an additional 2. So they're up to 3, looking for another 3. This really gives them the ability now to go out and look for some grant funding, because I think the project cost was about 6.8, if I recall, which is a lot of money, but they're certainly looking for that. One good thing that came out of the upgrade was that centre actually became a disaster evacuation centre in our disaster management strategy. So people could go there as an evacuation centre. Very well built, sturdy facility, close to a lot of localities and divisions. And again, Mr Pryor, I just want to thank you, because without your support and the team's support today, that group would not have the opportunity to apply for those grants. So appreciate that you're not just bringing up one, but you're bringing up multiple here today, and it just shows, I guess, the goodwill of your team to work with the community organisations. So well done.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lee, can I just ask a question? Why are some 30 years and some 10 years leases? And why aren't they all 30 years?
Through you, Madam Chair. Council really relied on business cases to be submitted to recommend a term. What was submitted by each of the organisations was then assessed by officers. Some requirements for a 30-year lease were to support the level of grant funding and the applications requirements. So I think in relation to the Caloundra Arts and the Maroochydore Eagles, both their grant applications for that amount of funding would likely require a 30-year term, which is why we're recommending and supporting that. And then Maroochydore Bowls Club, I think, is mostly greens, and it aligns with the state government's lease, which is why they've requested the 30 years. And 10 years was requested by the Mullaney Arts, and that does nicely align with what we're proposing for the Mullaney Show Society. So many really decisions around what length of term was proposed, but we were really guided by the submissions that came in.
Thank you for providing that information. It's just interesting that, you know, the Mullaney Arts have been around for 37 years. The Digger Beach Surf Club's been around for 74 years. I know that Quina, I don't know exactly how long they've been around, but they've been around for over 50 years. The clubhouse alone has been there for 42 years. And, you know, I still question why we can't just automatically give them 30 years. It's been a real struggle for some of these clubs to try and get to this point. And it's been a lot of to-ing and throwing and anxiety, even though the Maroochydore Bowls Club has a lease now been extended over the greens. But the state government have given them a 30-year lease over the clubhouse, and they really still need the two to work together to be able to get funding to be able to expand and do further work. So I just know how much it means to these clubs to be able to get these extensions. But when you really look at clubs like Kawana, they've just been given $10 million from the state government. They're going to be there for a long time. I've got 3 surf clubs that are already over 100 years in operation, Maroochydore being the oldest one, then Mooloolaba, and a year later, Alex. Kawana's the youngest of the 4 surf clubs that I have. They'll be there for the next 100 years. And, you know, for them to only have a 10-year lease, to me, just doesn't make sense. Efficiencies and being able to work through. All of these organisations have been there for a long time, and I know that they put these business cases, but I think we need to streamline the processes and get it to a point. I'm glad that we've got to this point, but I think we need to take a review and see what more we can do just to streamline and make it easy for these clubs.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Our Acting CEO would like to respond to that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Natoli, for your comments in relation to this particular item. I think if I just take one example, which is the Kulangoor Surf Club and the associated lease area, it could well be that that Kulangoor Surf Club needs to alter its lease area in the not too distant future. There are a range of things that will impact that surf club around the coastal hazard adaptation strategy. There is talk around a master plan for that bigger and broader area because of the cenotaph and the potential that they want to relocate the cenotaph and also add a couple of additional remembrance features to that. So whilst we look here today at the differences in some of these particular facilities, there is good reason as to why certain things have done in the way they've been done through this report. And one example is exactly that the lease area may have to change. So that gives us opportunity to do that and to work with the clubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for those comments too, Madam Acting CEO. Lee, I'm delighted that this recommendation has come to Council. The Maloney Arts and Craft Group have gone through a lot of agony in relation to this negotiation and discussion, and this would be the best Christmas present that they've ever had. So I'm delighted that they will be advised that the lease for 10 years has been granted. They have been there for 37 years, and just like all these other organisations, they provide an incredibly valuable service to the community, whether it is in the areas of life-saving, in sport, or arts and craft. It's an integral part of our society, and I congratulate our council officers for bringing this recommendation, and I encourage everybody to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I support the report, just so you know. Councillor Bunnag talked about, and Councillor Johnston just mentioned about the services that these community groups provide, which council can't do alone. And this is not an unusual thing for council to do. I know that I have a group in Division 9 who in the previous term also got an extension of their lease so that they could invest in the property and provide a greater return to council. However, I do believe that there's a need to protect council's interests at the same time, and we cannot have a blanket rule where we just give everybody an extended lease. It has to be a case-by-case basis. And, you know, surf clubs themselves typically have a very long tenure on the sites that they hold, but there are exceptions. And if we think about our neighbouring council to the north, Peregian Surf Club almost folded a number of times. And should that club have had an extended lease, council or whoever owned the land at the time would have been hamstrung. So I do congratulate all of the clubs that are being put forward here today. They are obviously doing a great job and a great service, or else the team would not have put them forward for these extended leases. But I also do support that it is a case-by-case review for extended leases, and I will support the report.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Bunnag, would you like to close? No? I'll put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Johnston, you can deliver your Christmas gift now to Maloney, to the group. Yes, great. Thank you, Mr Pryor. And we move on now to item 8.11, so we welcome Ms Havenden.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors, Acting CEO and members of the public. This report is being submitted to seek an exemption from Council in accordance with Section 236 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to dispose of land by way of a lease to an existing tenant at Caloundra Aerodrome. BP Australia hold a ground lease and supply fuel to operators within the aerodrome as well as visiting aircraft. The existing lease has expired and is currently on a month-to-month holding over agreement. Lease AE has a site area of 825 square metres and BP have occupied this site since the year 2000. BP have installed their own infrastructure and are responsible for the operations and management of their lease premises. Negotiations with BP have taken place to reach agreement on proposed key terms for a new lease, which are outlined in Confidential Attachment 3. Granting of a new lease will allow BP to continue providing fuel to existing users for a new term, ensuring there is no interruption to the services. Therefore, this report is seeking a resolution for an exemption for a disposal other than by tender or auction for the purposes of renewing a lease to the existing tenant in accordance with Section 236 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone to move the item? Councillor Broderick, seconder. Councillor Burns. Thank you. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Thank you for bringing this to us and the work that's gone into it. I do have some questions later on, but just to open it up, BP have been there a long time, and it's in a space where we are wanting to see that this area grows and is financially viable for council. We've got lots of work to do in there, but this one's come up and they've been there a long time, so it's not one where they would move easily, and then even if we did, we would have to go back out to tender and it will cost us to do that. So I will be supporting this today, but I do have questions and reserve my right to ask those later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick, and also noting that there is confidential attachment and information here, just reminding everyone of that. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just ask one question, or two questions? Firstly, are you able to say how long the lease is for, or is that confidential?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the term is a 3-year lease with a further term of 3 years.
Right. Thank you. That's just for the clarity in relation to those who are online or in the gallery. And secondly, when I previously asked a question about this, I was told that all structures and all improvements were the responsibility to maintain and ensure of BP. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Broderick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I didn't see all other lights went on. I might as well jump in. We've said that they've been there since 2000 and that their lease ran out in 2019, according to the report. Is there a reason that it's taken this long to get to lease stage, like they've been paying month by month? Are you able to tell us that?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The reason for the protracted lease negotiation process was on the basis, let me just refer to my notes, excuse me.
Sorry.
There has been numerous emails between both parties. There's also been probably in terms of BP, they're a larger organisation, and this is quite a small lease for them and not one of their priorities. In addition, there was a number of staff changes from both BP's side of the business and from Sunshine Coast Council, and each time we've gone back to reassess or review the lease terms either party wants to start that negotiation process again.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No other questions? Councillor Broderick, would you like to close?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, I think in light of the fact that they've been there so long, they're set up, ready to go, and they're keen to be there for the next time, and this is one of those areas that we need to ensure financial sustainability of this space for us, and they are happy and content with the terms as it's been negotiated, so I'll be supporting this today. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillors, I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms Haffenden. Thank you, team. Councillors, there are no notices of motion today, so we will move on to petitions. And Councillor Hungerford, I understand you have a petition.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have a petition here with 135 signatures. We the undersigned respectfully petition Sunshine Coast Council to allow the boardwalk and path adjacent to Maroochydore Quays Gem Life Kuluin from the entrance to Charleston Place Kuluin to the exit at Martins Drive Kuluin to become an off-leash area for dogs. I've pointed out already, most of this area is bordered by a bushland reserve, so they could be problematic in having dogs off lead next to a bushland reserve. So I'll still put this one to the CEO to give the appropriate reply.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Dixon will be the seconder. Thank you. Councillor Hungerford, do you want to speak to the petition any further?
I understand where they're coming from and wanting to walk their dogs there, but being a bushland reserve, over 2/3 of this is bordered by it. I think it could be problematic if dogs chase wildlife into the reserve. So I think I explained already that that would be problematic, and how do you control the dogs next to a bushland reserve? So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put the motion to the vote that we receive the petition and refer it to the CEO. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Bunnag, you have a petition to table.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I table this petition on behalf of 9 signatories, and I note that it only has 9, but I believe that we can still accept it on the indulgence of my colleagues. So I'll just read it if I may. I'm writing in relation to request a petition to make the current untimed public car park on Flinders Lane, Maroochydore, a consideration to change it to a timed parking limit of 4 hours maximum. I'm the owner of Flinders Lane Cafe since June 2024. I have noticed the car park is generally full by 9:30 a.m, mainly taken by the staff members of the surrounding businesses. This leaves very little room for clientele of my cafe and other neighbouring small businesses to park and visit our premises. I have tried very hard to grow the business and have spent a lot of money on marketing to attract new customers, but if there is nowhere to park, this becomes ineffective. Being a small venue, it's already tough to reach our needed numbers, and in this current economy, we could really use some help, and we hope you consider this request. So I'll table that to the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Natoli. Thank you. Councillor Bunnag, would you wish to speak further?
Briefly, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is no surprise that parking in Sunshine Cove is an ongoing concern. It's an area that I have raised as a concern from turnover of vehicles with council officers in our workshops that we've had discussions around parking. It's encouraging to see that the local businesses recognise that there is a need to get greater turnover in that space, and I look forward to working with the officers to see what arrangements we can have in place to accommodate their requests.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. I'll now put the motion to the vote to receive the petition. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Just receiving and noting the petition, that's right. Councillors, I would like to take this opportunity now to acknowledge that this is the last meeting for our acting CEO, Deborah Robinson, to be in the role of CEO, and she's been acting in the role for 6 months and 1 day, yes, by the time she finishes. It has been a huge task, and the way that you have managed all of the competing priorities and personalities is a credit to you. You've kept your sense of humour somehow. You have supported me, my councillor colleagues and our staff, and you have led by inspiring example. I know it hasn't been easy, but I thank you on behalf of the council for your exemplary service. With that, I also acknowledge this is the last meeting of 2024. I'd like to thank my colleagues, the exec team and all of our officers for your support and for serving our community. You all make the Sunshine Coast a better place. You've earned a break, all of you. I wish you peace and joy this Christmas. I look forward to an exciting year ahead because 2025 is going to be great. Now, I was intending to close the meeting at this point, but I do notice that Councillor Johnston has switched on his microphone. So for a moment, do I consider to indulge that request? Okay, Councillor Johnston, I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I also would like to endorse your comments in relation to the acting CEO in Deborah Robinson. You know, Deborah has been one of the best actors that we've ever come. She's done a magnificent job.
I think that's a compliment.
And John, you've got a big job to follow, all right? So it's great to see that our new CEO is so keen that he's here listening to us today instead of waiting until Monday when he starts the job. But I know that Deborah has worked very closely with you over recent times since you were appointed. And can I just say, I've always enjoyed working with Deborah, and she's a really, really lovely person. And has done a great job. As she goes back to in charge of town planning, and she will continue to do a great job there too. So to all of my fellow councillors and to all of the council staff and the community in general, I wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas. Don't get too merry. Be safe. Make sure to the public that they look after our employees in the year to come, because they're providing, they're doing a job which is really important to everybody, and their safety and security is really important. So may 2025 be as enjoyable as it can possibly be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So again, everyone, I wish you all and all of our officers, our staff and our community more broadly, from all of us, peace and joy and all of the best of the festive season. Do stay safe. Make sure that you return in 2025 refreshed for a wonderful year. And until then, to all of you, a very Merry Christmas from everyone at Sunshine Coast Council to our Sunshine Coast community. And with that, the meeting is closed at 1:18. Thank you and Merry Christmas.